Oklahoma State fans have watched their team play about 10 hours of baseball since 6 o'clock last night. Are they tired? Absolutely not. They're coming back in, but so are the Arkansas Razorback faithful, because this is the regional final. Oklahoma State needs to beat Arkansas to force an if necessary game tomorrow. Arkansas just one win away from their 4th straight trip to the Super Regionals. Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. We ended last night thinking we'd seen everything there is to see in college baseball, with Arkansas beating Oklahoma State 20-12. Check that, we had not seen it all, because Oklahoma State just about an hour ago beat Missouri State 29-15, the 44 runs, the highest scoring NCAA tournament game in history. Lowell Galindo here with Troy Eklund. Are we exhausted? Absolutely not. We're ready for more baseball. But the big question is Oklahoma State physically capable of more baseball?
I really think they are. These guys are 18 to 24 years old. They just had an amazing game. They're riding high right now. They're ready to go.
Man, last night was insane. It was a punch to the gut for Oklahoma State. Twice they were holding on to 5-run leads, only to see Arkansas come back and get the win 20-12. 4 hours, 53 minutes, combining for 29 hits, 14 pitchers used. That's going to be critical, because Oklahoma State also had to spend more pitching earlier today to eliminate Missouri State. So we see the guys here trying to get ready. I mean, just enough time to maybe pound a Red Bull or whatever they're doing right there. They're fired up and they're ready to go. I got the feeling that we still are going to see an Oklahoma State team with a lot of life. For Arkansas, looked like they were down and out. They go into the 7th inning. They're down by 5 runs. A lot of people point to the 8th, where they put up an 8 spot, but Dave Van Horn said it was the 7th inning, down by 5, 2 outs, when the bats came to life.
Well, you had a couple veterans that really came through. Robert Moore, who's a junior, and the big hit right there, and then that was a swing right there by Turner, the catcher, grad transfer senior. Those 2 home runs kind of ignited everything. Then another ball by Chris Lanzilli, and they were off to the races.
That ball right over the glove of Lanzilli, and then Robert Moore does this right off the top of the fence. That made it a 2-run game, and then Oklahoma State imploded, allowing 8 runs on 4 free passes with the bases loaded, and a Jalen Battles grand slam to give Arkansas the win and get them 1 win away from the Supers.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today?
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
How are we doing, guys? We're all about to die.
You said this would be a relaxing holiday.
I said it was going to be like a relaxing holiday. Times like this, we need to come together.
Quite a reunion, huh?
What a classic fall adventure. Okay, we should go.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
Bring out the Tigers.
Mighty, mighty tiger. Bring out the tiger. You're mighty, mighty tiger. Bring out the tigers. The mighty, mighty tigers. Bring out the
Tigers start their day with a great taste of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, so they can be great. Part of a complete breakfast.
3 hours to open, chefs.
I have every intention of turning this into an efficient, respectable business.
No one's asking you to.
Watch your back. Order! Yo, should I break this up? Yes! No! Order! So sorry, guys. That was a piece of me. You got no idea what you're doing here.
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming, only on Hulu.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We wanted to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Cardinals, Phillies, come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
Arkansas faithful making that 3-hour trip from Fayetteville, calling the Hogs here in Stillwater, Oklahoma, while the Cowboys trying to fend those Hogs off. Let's get to the starting pitcher for the Razorbacks. It's Jackson Wiggins. You see the hometown of Roland, Oklahoma. That's actually far closer to Fayetteville than it is to right here in Stillwater.
Wiggins is a tremendous athlete. He'll run the fastball in the upper 90s. We've seen him touch 90, 97, 98 consistently. The thing for Wiggins is, can he throw strikes? Slider and the change is his other pitches. He can be dominant. Opponents only hitting 236 against Wiggins. So if he has great command, Arkansas is going to be in really good shape.
He's going to go up against an Oklahoma State lineup that, get this, batted around 5 different times, and that come from behind win to eliminate Missouri State. They trailed 12-0, but were able to come back and get the win 29-15. And this is the front runner to be the most outstanding player of this region if Oklahoma State can win 2 in a row. It is Rock Riggio, because he's taking big hacks like that, and more often than not, he is connecting. 13 RBI so far in 3 games in this regional. 7 of them in the early game, and that comeback against Missouri State, a season high, career high. He's only a freshman.
Not sure if the scoreboard's hot, but that last pitch on the scoreboard anyway was 100.
Triple digits, that will get it done. Wiggins, bye-bye. Bringing the gas to start this one off. And on the scoreboard, 99.
I mean, Wiggins is a difference maker. He has got electric stuff. And it is absolutely unhittable when he is on.
Read up on Jackson Wiggins, and you'll see the buzz is about next season. He could be one of the guys we are talking about next year as being an ultra-high draft selection. And you can see the frame. 6'6", 225. He just places the ball on home plate.
I mean, and he's just an incredible athlete, too. Over a 40-inch vertical.
That's up the middle. Pass battles. Zach Earhart with the first knock for Oklahoma State. Here's to a good battle. Let's get this thing going.
I think this game is going to be won or lost by starting pitching. It's going to see how is Jackson Wiggins going to go up against Mitchell Stone.
Jake Thompson coming to the plate. Thompson, the most steady hitter in this Oklahoma State lineup. The numbers are not under the radar, but just the way he approaches the game makes him sneaky, sneaky good. Not a lot of rah-rah. Doesn't talk and say much, but the game speaks for itself. Thompson, the 6th-year senior, spending his 3rd year here at Oklahoma State, looks at 97 down the pipe, and it's 0-1. Thompson with a couple of doubles against Missouri State earlier. And that's out to make it 1-1. If you're Oklahoma State, what are you looking for? What are you trying to take advantage against Wiggins?
Well, you've got to see that fastball down in the zone, because you're not going to catch up to upper 90s if it's above the belt. So you've got to chase things from the waist to the knees.
One thing we know, regardless of what happens in the early stages of this game, both teams are going to stay collected. They will keep their composure. And if the previous two were any indication, Runner goes, the throw down. Oh no, the stumble there. What happened with Earhart? He just tripped. He was going to be safe by a mile.
I think he almost hurt himself. I hope he's okay. See him running right there and see what he has. Yeah, just almost twisted an ankle. Almost like it pulled a hamstring.
Hey, I love it though with Jalen Battles checking on him, making sure he's okay.
That's the first thing. Jalen Battles saw that. He saw that he pulled a hamstring and helped him up. Gosh, you hope he's okay.
Earhart starting right fielder. Wow, you're talking about eliminating a runner in scoring position for one of the best hitters in America. And that is a walk. Don't get me started on that.
We've seen our fair share of walks
since the start of last night's game between these two. We have now had 54 free passes between that game, the early game today, and here in the first inning. Griffin Doersching showing off that he's not just a manimal. He is an all-around stud at the plate. Hit a grand slam, his first home run of this regional to give Oklahoma State the lead. But we've seen him work doubles to the gap, low liners, down the lines as well. In a great two-strike approach, working balls up the middle on pitchers' pitches.
That was the first off-speed pitch we've seen by Jackson Wiggins. A nice tight slider.
Still popping the mitt. 0-2.
When you're throwing a slider at 87, that's pretty good.
Cowboys so good with two strikes earlier. Not here. Doersching goes down looking. Two strike outs for that young man, Jackson Wiggins. Some swagger to the dugout.
Jets, let's take it up another level. More urgency. Order!
Watch your back.
Who took my train?
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming only on Hulu.
There's a maniac who seeks to end us all.
We have to stop him.
Are you packed?
A hand grenade?
No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
Do you think people know what Title IX is?
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring for many decades girls would continue to play.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
We are back in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Great matchup here with two blue bloods of the college baseball world. Fan bases both well represented. And another big hurler, the junior from Edmond, 6'9", 271, Mitchell Stone. And Troy throwing from the left side, that could be problematic.
It really could be. Arkansas has a little bit of a heavy left-hand lineup today. They've got four lefties. Robert Moore can switch hit, so he's going to hit from the right-hand side. But for Mitchell Stone, you see the numbers right there. He's going to sit in that mid-upper 80s, and then he's going to have to be a little, he's like that crafty lefty. He has good control, only the 10 walks, but opponents hitting 322 off the Stone this year.
Braden Webb will lead it off. Braden Webb has been a good table setter, holding it down in center field as well. And first pitch ripped, that's down in the gap. Extra bases for Webb. Into second easily. He goes down as well, but that is a leadoff extra base knock for Braden Webb. And this is a dangerous Arkansas lineup, getting hot at the right time.
Really good job seeing a ball up in the zone by Webb. He's got tremendous speed, and He was easily going to be into second base. He kind of thought about going for a triple and wiped out right there around the base. You're glad he's okay.
So far, there's been some issues trying to get to that second base bag. Webb made it and then tripped on it. Earhart didn't make it there. Here's Brady Slavens. Lefty on lefty, perfect, right through the hole. Arkansas will get on the board first. Braden Webb, the leadoff double, the single by Slavens. And they're going to call the Hogs here in Oklahoma.
That's the difference in Brady Slavens from early in the season to right now. His ability to take the pitch the other way. He was super pull happy. 0 for his first 17 in SEC play, Lowell, and you can see the development through this season. Great speed by Braden Webb. There's no way he's not going to score on a base hit to the outfield. Arkansas's got things rolling early.
Chase Atkinson goes out to have a slight conversation with Mitchell Stone. Advantage, obviously, with Arkansas when it comes to pitching, because this is game number 3 for them. Oklahoma State's second game of the day and 4th game of this regional.
Well, I think the key is the third starter for Oklahoma State, Trevor Martin, had to come in and throw 6 2/3 innings in last game to be able to get Oklahoma State into this championship game.
And that's the reason they're there. Trevor Martin was brilliant. Entered the game with Missouri State leading 12-0. He did allow 3 solo home runs, but struck out a career-high 16 on a career-high 126 pitches. Again, 6 2/3 and 16 strikeouts. That is ridiculous. But this is the potent Arkansas attack. Caden Wallace was the guy that got Arkansas going in their opener. It was against Grand Canyon. First 2 batters struck out, and Caden Wallace turned one around, took it out of the left field fence, and that was it. Razorback started rolling from there.
Caden Wallace had been leading off for about the last month for Arkansas. Dave Van Horn for the regionals moved him into the 3 spot, wanted him to have more RBI opportunities.
Wallace up the middle. Play for Riggio. There is 1, there is 2. And for as good as Arkansas has it up the middle with Moore and Battles, this is one of the better duos out of the Big 12 in Brown and Riggio.
I think that was a really key double play ground ball for Mitchell Stone right there. He stayed away from Caden Wallace, and Riggio just takes his time. That's what you got to do in that situation. There's no reason to rush. You've got all day. Threw a strike to first.
Michael Turner, man, he has been steady at the plate, behind the plate. The transfer from Kent State. He better be winning over Arkansas fans with the way he's playing here in Stillwater.
Probably the most consistent hitter between him and Chris Lanzilli on this Arkansas team. Both transfers. Really big breaking ball by Mitchell Stone right there. Sorry, Lowell.
No, you're good.
And that's going to be key. It's going to be key for both these starters to have success and go deep in this ball game.
0-2 from Stone to Turner. Reading that all the way outside of the zone.
Stone's got to look like he's pitching from the front part of the mound, almost into the grass, being 6'9", 270.
That is a large human being. Will it have enough? Brown switching directions, and it's over his head. A 2-strike, 2-out base knock by Michael Turner. That separates the men from the boys right there. What you can do in that situation.
Yeah, just absolutely muscled that baseball out over Brown's head. Brown did all he could. Not a bad pitch. Up and in, sawed him off. Mitchell Stone wishes he was playing some minor league baseball right now, because that's a looper to the shortstop. If it's wood bat, it splinters, and it's an easy out. That's the difference between composite than wood.
And here is big 5-0, Chris Lanzilli. Hit his 50th career home run last night as Michael Turner takes second base. Running on the lefty.
You just don't think it's going to happen. Turner goes on first movement. You can see peek back in there. Now he's going to talk about his speed in the dugout.
Yeah.
He's going to let everybody know.
First stolen base of the season for Michael Turner. Lanzilli, though, is one of the active leaders in home runs. Came in with 49, 42 of those over 4 seasons at Wake Forest. Got one last night. Tough play for Brown. Sliding, going to third. Will need to be a tag play. Smart move. That's the only shot that Brown had. But you're right, Michael Turner looks like Michael Johnson running out there.
Well, I'll tell you what Brown just did. He saved a run. If that ball gets to the outfield, again, Turner's not the most fleet of foot, but he runs pretty well for a catcher. And look at this range right here. You also talk about a guy that's got a bad ankle because he got hit the ball off his ankle in that first game. Turner's scoring right there if Brown doesn't get that baseball.
Arkansas 9 for 25 with runners in scoring position in this regional. Trying to cash in here with Robert Moore. Moore had that shot last night right off the tippy top of the left field fence to get Arkansas within 2. That was in the 7th inning. Dave Van Horn said that they were running out of outs. The 2-out rally. Turner, Lanzilli, Moore. Turner with the home run, Lanzilli the double. Moore the home run off the top of the fence. That was key before they got to that explosive 8th inning. Swing and a miss. Moore in contact there with Atkinson. Long regional, many opportunities to take abuse, and the catchers for all of these teams have been putting the body on the line. Let's see what happened here.
Oh, that's not fun.
Inside of the thigh. And right in the soft spot, if you will.
Well, we've seen some really tough play out of many players in this Stillwater Regional. Talked about Brown hitting one off his ankle right there. Atkinson.
Turner's taking abuse, a couple of shots off his knee. (1-1) to Robert Moore. Throw over. See what Lanzilli is up to. Fouled off right side. Wind still blowing out to left. Doesn't look quite as strong as it was earlier. Had rain pass through this morning. The wind was pretty strong. Carrying balls out, especially to left. For the first time, we saw a few cheapies that were certainly wind aided. This park traditionally is not a launching pad. It's only 2 years old, but tried to make the dimensions more fair, make guys work for it a little more in the gaps. But today, it has been a launching pad. Moore just reaches out. Long run for Riggio and Earhart. Earhart calls him off. 2 left on, but Brady Slavens with the single to left gives the Razorbacks the 1-0 lead.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today?
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
When you're healthy, you're ready for anything. Amazon Halo. Improve your fitness, nutrition, sleep, and more.
They say all the world's a stage, but no stage shines brighter than this one. Because here the stars outshine the lights.
Ready? Right.
And the action goes way beyond these lines. Here, new names will battle the sport's biggest names. Here, challengers will rise. Unbelievable. Champions will be crowned. And the spectacular can be found in every moment. The U.S. Open champion.
Cardinals, Phillies, come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
This band is ready for more. Josh Holliday, season number 10 as a head coach here at his alma mater. He just saw something that's never been seen before. 44 runs scored in a tournament game, most ever, as his guys came back from a 12-0 hold to take down Missouri State 29-15 in a game that lasted 5 hours and 1 minute. Last night's game with Arkansas, 4 hours, 53 minutes. So they basically have played back-to-back 5-hour games. That's a lot of wear and tear, a lot of ABs, a lot of pitches thrown. That's a lot of mental strain as well, staying in the moment for that long. David Mindham leads off. First pitch hacking, skies it foul over on the left side. What do you think is the toughest aspect of what Oklahoma State has been through with the duration of those past 2 games?
It's going to see, like, I think at the beginning of this game, you're still going to be amped up. It's going to see what happens from about the 3rd or 4th inning on.
Oh, that is a shot to left field. Gregory stopped running. Flip the bat, have some fun off the scoreboard. David Mindham. That is the 34th home run of the Stillwater Regional. The 10th home run today. And you talk about how little things can get you right. Mindham did not have a base hit until the 8th inning of that 3rd game against Missouri State when he had a single up the middle, and now feeling it.
Well, that's what happens when you have guys that throw that hard. We saw it with Trevor Martin when he's sitting in the mid-90s. Same thing with Jackson Wiggins. You're going to give up some blasts, and you have some power-hitting teams like this. That's just a great swing right there by David Mindham.
And he gets a cowboy hat. Nolan McLean has worn that cowboy hat 4 times in this regional. The only player with 4 home runs here in Stillwater. Caden Wallace, Taylor Aguilar, Rock Riggio, Drake Baldwin, the other players with 3. It was a good bounce back by Nolan McLean after the struggles that he had. He is the closer for the Cowboys as well. He came in that volatile 8th inning, had control issues, was chased from the game, and the inning in which Arkansas put up 8. He responded with a good game earlier today against Missouri State, had a home run. And going back to last night, didn't look like Arkansas wanted to mess with Nolan McLean. Pitched around him as McLean was walked 3 times. Full count here. Wiggins deals. And that is the 4th time that Arkansas has walked Nolan McLean in this regional.
Well, I think that says it all right there. You got Jackson Wiggins is throwing upper 90s. His fastball is his best pitch. What does Nolan McLean get on full count? A slider down and away.
Yeah, you're not putting that fastball over the plate. There is Dave Van Horn trying to make it 4 straight trips to the Supers. Josh Holliday, meanwhile, has not advanced to the Supers when having to come from that loser's bracket. But that is one of the best coaches in the game as well. He has helped rebuild something special here at Oklahoma State, a place where his dad was a longtime assistant and head coach, a place where he played and went to Omaha twice. Now, if you're Marcus Brown, you're coming off a really good game earlier. 2 doubles, 2 singles. But you got to know, Arkansas doesn't think you can beat them. That's why they've pitched around McClain to get to you. Well, Jackson Wiggins is really lighting up the gun.
Control is going to be the key for Wiggins. And he's got great stuff. It's the command. In the 63 and a third innings, he's walked 38 batters and hit 7.
Out, and it's 3-1. Brown, opposite field, and it is down. 2 runners are on. No outs here in the top of the second.
Really great approach by Marcus Brown right there. Got the fastball, tailing away from him. And again, if he tries to pull that baseball, that's a ground ball double play to Robert Moore at second base. He goes with it, keeps those hands inside the ball, and hits a bullet out to left field.
Conversation time for Arkansas.
Matt Hobbs, the head pitching coach for Arkansas, trying to settle down his big right-hander. Kind of shrugging his shoulders a little bit. He said, "You've got this."
Arkansas won their opener against Grand Canyon 7-1. Connor Noland was sensational. 7 innings, 1 earned run. Took 2 shots off the body, the forearm and the hit.
Will McIntyre, who pitched in yesterday's game, warming up in the bullpen.
That toughness from Noland set the tone for this Razorbacks team, who twice came back from 5-run deficits to take down Oklahoma State and move within a game from the Soopers last night. Caden Trinkle moving up in the box, showing bunt, bringing it back a little slash.
Better bring it back a little quicker.
Yeah,
that thing's coming in at 97. You better start pulling it back when he just starts his motion.
That is a great point. Two on here for Caden Trinkle. This time it is the bunt, but it's 0-2. What'd you think about that? The first offering, slashing, and the second time actually trying to get it down.
Yeah, give him a shot. Give him a shot to try to shoot one through a hole. You got Arkansas really kind of playing out of position. You got guys tight. Now they're going to back that infield up just a little bit. More double play depth.
Oh, to right field. To Lanzilli. McClain tagging and will take third. Productive out by Caden Trinkle.
Good swing on that by Caden Trinkle. Noel McClain, great speed out there at second base. He makes sure, he knows he can get from second to third easily. And good job by Chris Lanzilli to hit the cutoff man, keep the double play in order. You can't airmail that thing to third base. Just one out for the Hogs. They'd love to see a double play ground ball. Oklahoma State is looking to try to get the lead right here.
Here's Chase Atkinson. Had a couple of hits last night against Arkansas. Doherty started the first game. Atkinson starting here. It's a lot to ask a catcher to go back-to-back, especially after a 5-hour game. Atkinson can't play, though. 4 home runs on the season. Trying to get it to Rock-Riggio here with 1 out. Outside, and it's 1-1.
But don't you know Arkansas would love to not only, one, get a double play ground ball to get out of this inning, but also not have runners on base with Rock-Riggio coming up.
That looked good. 96 in Argonne, 99 here in the stadium.
We've been told the stadium is a little hot. But that's still some heat. Wiggins hit 100 last summer for Team USA. So he's got a big arm.
1-2.
Well, you wonder how, if Peyton Stovall, the first baseman, was looking into the sun right there. He's got his glasses on, and that's where the sun's coming from. And you might want to talk to his buddy Jackson Wiggins, saying, "Hey, I don't want you picking over here.
Stop that."
I'm really having a tough time seeing the baseball come over. You're throwing 90 to me off the mound."
Marcus Brown over there getting his lead at first. Check swing. Atkinson, originally at Boise State in Grangeville, Idaho. Josh Holiday has gone all over the country to build this roster. One-two to the number 9 hole hitter, Chase Atkinson. Brown still dancing around, and it's 2-2. Oklahoma State really got some good production from the bottom of the lineup in the earlier win against Missouri State. Ian Doherty got the start at catcher. Ended up drawing 3 walks, was hit by a pitch, and had a sac fly to drive in a run. See if Atkinson can match that production. Any way you can, and it will be a full count.
Now you wonder if Josh Holiday is going to start the run right here. You really don't want a rally killer and a strike him out, throw him out. I think that's what Michael Turner's coming out in front of home plate. He's giving some signals defensively to the infield.
You just want Riggio to have a chance.
Yeah, I don't run myself out of this inning with Riggio coming up. Even if the batter strikes out, you've still got 2 runners on with probably one of the most dangerous hitters from this whole entire regional.
Full count, runner is off. And chop foul. Good jump. Thirteenth full count for the Oklahoma State lineup so far today, the second this game. And that's probably been the most impressive thing that I've picked up on this Cowboys lineup, how good they are from top to bottom with 2 strikes.
Very, very disciplined at the plate.
Now, Arkansas, they haven't been slouches either in that category. 2 excellent offensive teams. 3-2. Brown breaks for second. Ground ball, pass battles. Oklahoma State takes the lead. The number 9 hitter puts it right past Jalen Battles. And Nolan McClain scores.
We've talked about it all regional long. 3 base runners come around to score. That's Nolan McClain right here. Fastball running in. Really good job of Chase Atkinson. Pull his hands inside the baseball. Just a seeing eye single right there. But Nolan McClain gets on by a walk. He comes around and scores.
And here comes Dave Van Horn. That's going to be it. Jackson Wiggins gives up the baseball. What do you think of this move right now?
A little surprised. Dave Van Horn knows his team. He knows what he's got in the bullpen.
Here comes McIntyre from the bullpen. Oklahoma State faithful now into it as their team has taken the early lead. It's 2-1 Pokes here at the top of the second.
I love this tempo. Let's take it up another level. More urgency. You got no idea what you're doing here.
This is a delicate ecosystem, and it's held together by a shared history and love.
Chicago, am I right?
We want to change this restaurant, right? We have to change the chemistry.
Yo, family's up.
I just never had plátanos with, like, grass on it.
FX is The Bear. All episodes now streaming only on Hulu.
Let's go again. One more.
One more?
Want more?
Lights out and away we go.
Guys, check this out. The best reviewed comedy of the year is back.
We need to find the real killer.
We're getting the hang of this. Yes! You can tell it's our second season.
These folks are not tired of watching Oklahoma State baseball. They've seen a lot. They want more. Will McIntyre, sophomore from Bryan, Arkansas, comes in here in the top of the second inning, in which the Cowboys have scored 2 and now have 2 on.
So the last 2 starts for the Arkansas starters against Oklahoma State. Hagen Smith throws 46 pitches, goes an inning and a third. Jackson Wiggins, 37 pitches, goes an inning and a third. So here's something to think about. You could almost start either one of those guys if Oklahoma State wins this ball game tomorrow night.
And now it's Rock Riggio time. The 2 runners on. Look at those regional numbers. Hit 588. Has driven in 13.
I still think you almost have to attack Riggio middle away, maybe even more away, the outer third of the plate, because he is going to absolutely turn on anything middle in. Unless it's down. Unless it's down and in.
I think that's the second time we've seen him go down to a knee in this regional, trying to get around on one.
Big overhand slider right there. Almost kind of tried to hold that swing up. I wouldn't let one bad swing fool me on Rock Riggio.
Another fine job by Michael Turner. Look how dirty he is already.
He stole a base and slid in head first.
Yep.
That's what he did.
That shows it.
Perfect on the season. 1 for 1.
Catcher's willing to get dirty behind the plate on the base pass. That's the type of guy you want. tipped past Stovall. Here comes Brown. Brown will easily score. Atkinson motors to third. You cannot stop Rock Riggio. 14 RBI.
He is absolutely red hot. And again, he loves to hit to the pull side. That's a fastball up in the zone, right down the chute. And guess what? Rock Riggio doesn't miss it.
Now, we'll see how he handles himself. May have gotten a little carried away at times last night. We saw him tiptoeing around the bag on a home run at third base. And you got to know that got under the skin of the Razorbacks. Maybe a little fuel for them and their comeback. Like I said earlier, if he plays for you, you love the dude. If he plays for the team you're trying to beat, you cannot stand him. And that's the best compliment I can give.
A gigantic lead over at first base.
Off speed in there against Zach Earhart.
Would you describe him as like a splinter under your skin if you're the opponent? It's just gnawing at you. That's the second time that's happened today.
Back. It tugs the jersey a little bit. Two steps up. And see, this is what I'm talking about with Riggio. Just tugging on the jersey, having some fun.
Lowell, there's two future big leaguers at first base right there. Rock Riggio and Peyton Stovall. You can mark it down.
Riggio was an 11th round pick by the Brewers before deciding to come to Oklahoma State. Someone needs to tell Riggio to come back. Stovall withdrew his name from the draft.
Probably would have been a second rounder this year. So that's the talent of freshmen over there at first base in Riggio and Stovall.
Love this game, though. There's so many different ways to play it. You can be cool and collected like a Jake Thompson or a Michael Turner, or you can be the guy that wears the emotion on your sleeves like Riggio, who has a huge lead.
I just cannot believe that they didn't pick over there on him. And he was totally enticing them to try to throw it to first base.
Now, how much of this with Riggio is just him and his feel, and how much is that Robin Ventura saying, get off and dance a little more?
I think it's all Riggio. Because you have to be comfortable with your lead.
Conservative lead here, and fouled off. Yeah, you're not going to hear the end of it. If you're off that far in, you get picked.
Right. Good count to run on right here. It's probably going to be a breaking ball count. But that's what the runner at first does. It allows that hitter to get more fastballs, because I can guarantee you the catcher, Michael Turner, wants an opportunity to try to throw Riggio out on a stolen base.
Up the middle, double play ball to Moore, to Stovall, and Arkansas gets out of it, but not before Oklahoma State responds with the 3 spot. Started with David Mindham going deep, and then Chase Atkinson, a 2-strike single, followed by Riggio driving in another. It's 3-1.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
I love this tempo. Let's take it up another level. More urgency. You got no idea what you're doing here.
This is a delicate ecosystem, and it's held together by a shared history and love.
Chicago, am I right?
We want to change this restaurant, right? We have to change the chemistry.
Yo, family's up.
I just never had plátanos with, like, grass on it.
FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming only on Hulu.
They say all the world's a stage, but no stage shines brighter than this one. Because here, the stars outshine the lights.
Ready? Right.
And the action goes way beyond these lines. Here, new names will battle the sport's biggest names. Here, challengers will rise.
Unbelievable.
Champions will be crowned. And the spectacular can be found in every moment.
The U.S. Open champion. Do you think people know what Title IX is?
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring for many decades girls would continue to play.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
June 17th, that's when we get going from Omaha, Nebraska, one of the best scenes of the game of baseball. Get there early, enjoy the Omaha Baseball Village, and then, of course, enjoy the best collegiate players the game has to offer. Here's one of them, Jalen Battles. Last time we saw him, he ripped one with the bases loaded to blow open the game for the Razorbacks. Saw him last night, and surprisingly, he had the baseball. I don't know how they found this baseball. And that's it. Battles, right side. This is a tough play. Mindham trying to throw over, and that's going to be an infield single for Jalen Battles.
I think that Rack Reggio gets to that baseball. If you're Mindham, you're that far away from the bag. You have to understand who your second baseman is. He's got tremendous range. You let that ball go. Reggio's got that baseball.
Yeah.
Battles is out if Reggio fields that ball.
I believe we saw a moment like that with Stovall at first base
did the
early
same
in this
thing.
regional. And here is Stovall. Strike one.
There's not many knocks that I have on Peyton Stovall. Just maybe a little too patient at the plate. Got a guy that can really swing the bat. Almost like he likes to see at least one pitch and opponents really go after him on that first pitch.
Where do you stand on that, taking one?
No, it's just a hitter's preference. I always liked, if it was a pitch I was looking for, I'm going to swing at it. Sometimes that might be the best pitch you've seen in at bat. Now you might start
sometimes.
You might start seeing some nasty hooks from this left-hander.
Stovall to left and foul. Back into the Oklahoma State dugout. Bullpen, excuse me. The thing I love about this park, there's so many places for home run balls to ricochet off of and do some cool stuff.
It's like a pinball machine out there.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of activity out there in left. Here's Stovall down 0-2. Battles at first. Wow. That was close.
At that strike three. Is it up?
It
might be up. Because it wasn't out. It's not out. That had to have been up.
Mitchell Stone getting the signs, delivering to Atkinson, who keeps it in front. And it's 2-2 to Peyton Stovall. Freshman with so much upside. Troy, you talked about him being a future big leaguer.
Missed about 3 weeks. He's hurt his finger, the tip of the finger, fielding a ground ball. Pick. That's a good move right there by Stone. Got to keep Battles. This is a 1-2, 2-2. Good opportunity to steal.
And if you're stealing, is it always first move?
I would stay put right here.
Up the middle, base knock. Peyton Stovall. That is where that patience pays off. Just a really mature at-bat there from Stovall.
Well, I think it also speaks to a hitter that's not afraid to hit behind. You know, he can handle the situation being down in the count.
Say it again, I've just been blown away with both of these lineups' ability to do something with 2 strikes against some pretty elite arms.
Zach Gregory.
Yeah, this is the guy.
We almost call him Mr. Full Count. It's almost like every at-bat. He's going to get about 2 out of every 4 at-bats close to full count.
It's just, it blows me away. Mr. OBP to me, he can hit 239 and lead the team at 458. This is a bunt. Stone comes up. That is a really nice play by Mitchell Stone.
At 6'9". Not only it's a good play by any pitcher, but this guy's 6'9", 270. That's pretty good job of getting off the mound. Watch, he doesn't rush this play. That's what's key. That's just how you draw it up right there. They call it PFP, pitcher fielding practice. And that's what you do over and over and over again. It's like basketball players shooting free throws. Pitchers do that when they're not throwing. So for that play right there.
Back to the top. And Braden Webb led off with a double. Off-speed offering, and it's 1-0. Entered the regional as Arkansas's leader in home runs with 14. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
Webb expanded the strike zone a little bit right there. Chase that fastball up and away. Looked big up in his eyes. Wouldn't be surprised if Stone doesn't go back to a lot of off-speed pitches, change-ups. He's really wanted to roll over the top of something. Goes hard down and in.
Strike 2. From big Mitchell Stone.
Your job as a batter with runners at third with less than 2 outs. You cannot strike out. You can't pop up. Ground ball's fine. Fly ball's fine. Wow, that's a great take. Really nice numbers for Braden Webb right there with runners in scoring position. Very productive.
Up the middle, past Stone. Riggio gave a look to home and goes to Mendham instead at first. Arkansas gets one back. Like you said, did his job. That's a productive AB right there for Braden Webb.
Yeah, great job by Webb. Fastball in the outside corner over the top of the 6'9". He almost got that Mitchell Stone. If Stone gets that ball, he probably throws battles out at the plate. It's a game of inches.
Slavin's now with 2 outs. Foul. Slavin's got Arkansas on the board with his single to left.
Now, at the runner at third base, you have to be careful. You really don't want to spike one of those breaking balls in the dirt. But if you're Peyton Stovall, you got to remember there's brick behind home plate.
To center field, Tranquil on it. Arkansas gets one. Great start here in the regional final from Stillwater.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
When you're healthy, you're ready for anything. Amazon Halo. Improve your fitness, nutrition, sleep, and more.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We want to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
On July 8th, there's a maniac who seeks to end us all. We have to stop him.
Are you packed? A hand grenade? No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor, Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals, presented by Capital One. Lowell Galeno here with Troy Eklund from Stillwater. This is the regional final. Arkansas is one win away from the Super Regionals. Oklahoma State will have to win tonight and then tomorrow. 6 p.m. local, 7 Eastern, if they want to advance to the Super Regional. And both these programs have great histories doing so. Oklahoma State last advanced in 2019. The Razorbacks have made it there 3 straight times. The Cowboys, the number 7 national seed. If they can find a way to win this regional, they know they will host the Supers. Will McIntyre back out for the Razorbacks. Jake Thompson leading off. For Arkansas, if they win, they have to see how that Chapel Hill regional plays out. Chopped, Battles on the run, gloves it to first. What a play by Jalen Battles.
One thing that's really impressed me with these Arkansas infielders is their ability to charge the baseball and be under control, because this is a chopper. You got a guy that runs pretty well in Thompson. Battles gets to that baseball, collects himself, and still gets the batter out by a stride. Great hustle by Jake Thompson. You think you've got a shot as soon as that ball's off the bat, but then you hear that pop of that mitt.
Dorshing past the shading Robert Moore. And Dorshing just continues to show he can flat out hit. He doesn't just mash, the guy hits.
Well, he has a really compact stroke. And I think that there's not many moving parts. He's so strong. Look at this swing. You talk about compact. There is not a big follow through. You don't see a lot of movement with his head because he's not taking a big stride or high leg kick. It's just so much power.
It's like when the hitting experts show the examples of Aaron Judge versus Jose Altuve and say, this is how you need to do it. You need to be smooth and in control like Aaron Judge. Forget all these movements like Jose Altuve. Well, when you're the size of Aaron Judge or Griffin Dorshing, you can get away with being very smooth and in control.
You don't have to overswing. You don't have to generate a lot of power because you just have it.
When you're a little guy, you got to find ways to generate that bat speed. That was a look at Matt Holliday in the dugout.
One of the 2 experts in the dugout on hitting, Robin Ventura. He's not a little guy either.
No. He's still ripped. He was intimidating as a player. And it may be even more physically intimidating when you see him walking around now.
Got a little more time to lift.
Yeah, he's getting his lifts in, and there's Robin Ventura. One of the all-time greats here at Oklahoma State. Fantastic pro career. And a run as a manager of the Chicago White Sox. Yeah, we're talking about you.
That's not too bad when you have a couple volunteers, an ex-All-Star, and maybe another ex-All-Star, but also a big league manager as volunteer assistants.
So, yeah. Robin Ventura is a student assistant. Matt Holliday is a volunteered assistant.
So does that mean that Robin may be on getting a little bit to try to help get his degree?
Yeah. and
there you go.
Maybe
graduated this year.
Matt Holliday gets some camp money thrown his way.
Yeah, because those guys really need it. They're scraping by.
Full count here to Mendham. And that is a walk.
Still just one out. Arkansas had a late check. Third base umpire Jason Bradley said no. Arkansas's dugout.
Yeah, Dave Van Horn's a little feisty right now. Two great coaches here.
They know their stuff, that's for sure.
And they've done it year after year. Van Horn a little more of a head start than Holliday.
He's in year 20 at Arkansas.
Year 10 for Holliday here at Oklahoma State. McClain just missed that one straight up, and Robert Moore is going to make that. Oh, my gosh.
It was already called an infield fly.
Okay.
So it didn't really matter, but...
Did you see Moore's smile?
Oh, yeah.
When the ball goes that high and the wind swirling like it is, good luck.
He's calling it. Like, uh-oh, hot potato. That's a big win right there, getting Nolan McClain to pop out.
Marcus Brown steps in. 1 for 1 here tonight. And that is another opportunity for Moore. Makes the play. And we're done here in the top of the third.
Chefs, let's take it up another level. More urgency. Order!
Watch your back.
Who took my tray?
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming only on Hulu.
They say all the world's a stage, but no stage shines brighter than this one. Because here the stars outshine the lights.
Ready, right.
And the action goes way beyond these lines. Here, new names will battle the sport's biggest names. Here, challengers will rise.
Unbelievable.
Champions will be crowned. And the spectacular can be found in every moment.
The U.S. Open champion. Do you think people know what Title IX is? We want to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Grand Canyon was the first to go. Missouri State was trailing 7-1, came back to knock them off with an 8-7 win. Then it was Missouri State who led Oklahoma State 12-0 before the Cowboys eliminated the Bears. Back-to-back marathon games for the Pokes. 4 hours, 53 minutes last night. 5 hours, 1 minute earlier today. And the power is looking good. 34 home runs so far here in this regional. We opened the day as Wallace gets this one past Marcus Brown with 24 home runs here in this regional, tied with Chapel Hill for the most potent offensive regions in the game. Those 24 home runs, the most out of any regional, and they link up together. Winner of Stillwater plays a winner Chapel Hill in the Super Regionals. So a good piece of hitting there for Caden Wallace, who has swung a hot bat this whole regional. And here is Michael Turner, Mr. Steady, who already has one knock.
Talk about Turner's approach. Just a really professional approach. Usually very patient to play. A lot of times he'll take the first pitch strike like Peyton Stovall does. Can hit to all fields with power.
And a speed merchant.
Just a screamer at the plate when it comes to running. He'll tell you that, hey, I'm perfect in stolen bases.
Exactly. He has never been thrown out stealing a base this season.
Wallace has got good speed at first, but he's not going anywhere. You really want to keep that big hole open, and when Mendham is holding him on, maybe Turner can shoot something through there if you're Arkansas. Wallace is the leading base run stealer, 10 for 11. But again, it'll be highly doubtful that he's going to run right there. Look at that big hole between first and second base. Reggio's having to pinch up the middle for that double play opportunity.
Dave Van Horn was actually very confident about his Arkansas team coming into this regional. I say actually because late season slide, they had dropped 3 of the last 5 SEC tournament, or excuse me, SEC series. Went 0-2 in the SEC tournament and felt like they were as healthy as they have been all season long, and pointed out it's just been the timely hitting that's really held us back. Well, they've gotten the timely hitting here in Stillwater.
Yeah, I think so. And then you also can rest your pitching staff just a little bit more. Nobody wants to go to any conference tournament and lose 2 games and go home, but sometimes it's a blessing in disguise, and I think that's what's really helped Arkansas in this situation, is because they're very healthy and rested, both on the player side and the pitching side. You see the little arm motion right there by Mitchell Stone, and that's, if you step off and you don't fake a throw, it does not reset the pitch clock. That's why pitchers do that. It's pretty comical, but
they found the loophole.
Yeah, there it is.
Off the middle, Brown, Reggio. Off the mark to Mendham. Uh-oh, stuck in no man's land. The throw, will it be in time? No. Mitchell Stone comes over to cover, and they got that ricochet a lot better than Mendham, or excuse me, a lot better than Michael Turner expected.
Double play right there. Reggio with just a bad throw. Mendham tried to come off there. Turner is thinking about going for 2. You saw the umpire put his arms out. Turner came out there and he touched Mendham with his hand, but the first base umpire said that Mendham did not impede Turner to go to second base, and that's how close that play was. Bang, bang.
That was funny with both guys looking at each other like, oh, excuse me, I'm going this way, you're going that way. And that is going to be shallow center. Tranquil makes the catch. Turner comes back to first base. Here's Robert Moore. His pops, Dayton Moore, general manager, the Kansas City Royals. He's grown up around the game, and you could tell.
Robert's got the nickname of Big Hit Bob, so Arkansas fans would love to see a big hit right here.
Did it last night. Right off the top of that left field fence.
Moore hit a pair of home runs last night.
Down the line and foul.
Nolan McLean was getting ready to do a Manny Machado play over there at third base. If that ball's fair, he's going to plant and throw an absolute seed across the diamond.
So 1 home run to right field last night, 1 home run to left field. So like McLean has shown the ability to hit home runs in both directions, because McLean has 4 and he split them evenly to left and right.
I believe both those were left-handed for Moore yesterday. The pull side, and then when Oppo Taco, the one that bounced off the top of the fence. Moore's going to tell you he cleared the fence by 50 feet, but the ricochet off the top of the wall, he'll take it.
Strike 2.
Mitchell Stone, I'm going to go something soft away. Either breaking ball down or change up down. Got a change up, but he had it up.
And here are the home runs from Robert Moore. From the left side, yeah. All of that. That was the one that had the wind aided to keep it fair. And then off the top of the fence into the Oklahoma State bullpen. And that made it a 2-run game. Arkansas would then put up an 8 spot and run away to win 20-12. But he looks at this one. Mitchell Stone, the big strikeout. Great game here, 3-2, Oklahoma State. We're going to talk to Dave Van Horn next.
You're going to reconsider this whole morning thing with Taco Bell's warm breakfast quesadilla, crisp hash brown, Cinnabon Delights, and a coffee. Wake up to the new $5 Bell Breakfast Box, only at Taco Bell.
The best reviewed comedy of the year is back.
Wow. We need to find the real killer.
We're getting the hang of this. Yes! You can tell it's our 2nd season.
We're now joined by Arkansas head coach Dave Van Horn. Coach, when we talked last night, talked about how the game of baseball goes, felt like your team was so close. You come back and get the win. What did they show you with their resolve?
Well, they just kept battling. They did a really nice job of working the count, fouling off a lot of pitches, and we got some free passes and a bunch of big hits.
Coach, how have you liked your offensive approach so far tonight?
It's been okay. You know, a little disappointed. We've hit a couple double play type balls there with, you know, with no outs. Looked like we could maybe punch another run or 2 in, but you know, we're trying to stay through the middle, trying to cut off the corners a little bit. But you know, we've been behind in the count, and a lot of times that's when they make good pitches, and you just got to make contact is what we've done, and had some weak ground balls that we need to elevate a little bit.
Coach, we appreciate your time.
Okay, then. Thank you. See you guys.
And there is Mitchell Stone. Get some high fives in the Oklahoma State dugout. He got the start. Jackson Wiggins got the start for Arkansas. Gave way to Will McIntyre. He made that move with 2 outs in the 2nd inning. Here's Caden Tranquil, flied out to right his first time up. What's your reaction to what we just heard from Coach Van Horn?
I think that's typical Dave Van Horn, and just kind of making sure that his team stays through the baseball, really trying to hit that baseball up the middle. I think he wished he had some better swings with 2 strikes.
Some oppo power. Gregory back, makes a leaping catch. How did he do it? I thought I saw Caden Tranquil make the best catch so far in the regionals. Well, I'm here to tell you that Zach Gregory robbing Trinkle just may have showed him up defensively.
What a great jump. Gregory only goes about 5'9", but he does have about a 40-inch vertical leap, and I think he had to use all of that right there. Kind of leapt sideways instead of up. But what a great effort by Zach Gregory. And kind of settling out, kind of took the pad into the face right there after making that catch. And I'll tell you what, it kept this Oklahoma State crowd on their hands instead of just being on their feet. That wasn't going to be a home run. That was an extra base hit. This place would have exploded.
It just shows you what goes around comes around. Remember that phenomenal diving catch that Trinkle had in center field?
We felt like that was going to be a game changer.
Yeah.
It was for a time.
And then Arkansas was just simply too much offensively. Wow, what a catch by Zach Gregory. And that's not to take anything away from the catch that Trinkle made last night, because that was phenomenal as well. There's plenty of room in this world for standout catches by outfielders. Can't get enough of that.
Atkinson with the base hit his last at-bat. Looking for a second hit of this ball game.
Drove in a run as well.
That's a really good take.
And it was a 2-strike knock for Atkinson. Full count.
If you've never played the game of baseball, you think, well, that's a pretty easy take right there. The ball bounced in the dirt. When you got 2 strikes and you have a big overhand curve that just drops off the table and you don't chase it, that's a very disciplined 2-strike hitter.
1-out walk as McIntyre walks the number 9 hitter. Well, look, everything looks easy from up here.
It really does.
It's not, though, folks. It's not. They take out the phone, scan now for ESPN squeeze play.
Again, I still think you have to work Reggio away. If you're going to come in, you better come down and in with that big overhand curve. But you can't miss out over the plate because he's going to hammer it.
Pop back. Well, we talked about how hard Rock Reggio has hit the ball continually. It's not like he's trying to place it. But the harder you hit, when it comes to exit velocity, I know we're not tracking exit velocity here, but on every level, the higher you hit the baseball, the greater that exit velocity is. There is a direct correlation between your success, not just with batting average, but with the most valuable outcomes from an at-bat that you can get. And those are extra base hits and home runs. Reggio has hit the ball hard all week. Like that to center field. Webb going back, trying to rob it. It's gone. Reggio says, bring it on. Give me a little more. The man you either love or hate, sprinting his way. Give him the cowboy hat. Don't forget that. Reggio joining his teammate Nolan McLean with 4 home runs in the Stillwater Regional. Exit velocity, folks. Hit the ball hard.
Well, he's only a freshman, and he is doing that already. You talk about a guy who just will fire up a crowd. That is Rock Reggio. That is, he knew he hit it. He is already yelling. You talk about a guy who got around the bases in a hurry.
He is a nut, but so entertaining. This is a kid's game. This game is supposed to be played with fun and flair. It makes my heart happy to see a guy living his best life on the diamond like Rock Riggio. I understand there's so many ways to go about playing the game, and I appreciate the dudes that play it blue collar, low key. But that guy is fun.
I think he's stolen a quote from Robert Moore, because Robert Moore says, I want to go out there and have more fun than anybody else on the field. I don't know about that with Rock Riggio, the way he's playing right now.
Well, who was it that sprinted around the bases on the
Moore.
Was it Moore?
Yeah, that's Robert Moore.
And I would not put it past Rock Riggio at all to be almost mimicking that.
That is a guy having a blast. He almost slipped on home plate. He was flying in so fast.
And he almost forgot the cowboy hat. Oh, man.
He goes from twinkle toes to up before he got to third base to the dead sprint.
The thing with Riggio, 7 home runs entering the regional. He's got 4. He's got 4 in the regional. And here he is last night, cool and collected, and then whatever that is.
A little tippy-toe action.
But that was after Oklahoma State thought that the ball was thrown intentionally behind one of their batters.
Yeah. Which we looked at in replay, and it was a really bad thrown slider. But you're right.
And I said
that
thought.
was the thought.
I said thought. Oklahoma State perceived it that way. Up the middle. Moore battles. Stovall. Say this about Arkansas. You can party all you want. But this is a stoic Razorbacks team that stays in the moment and got the best of Oklahoma State last night, even when the Cowboys were playing with all that flair.
When you're too tense, it's common sense to relax-a-vous. The more you earn, the less you learn to relax-a-vous.
We French, you'll find, are more inclined to relax-a-vous. Relax, 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 relax-a-vous.
Is that your knitting needle?
It's not what you think.
If she's innocent, you should help me out.
You'd rather tell a story that's tantalizing than the truth.
We would never do that. I mean, we have, but we try not to.
Whatever you think you know about me, it's not the full story. I have to see this through.
That's a good line. I wish I was recording.
I was. Oh, God, please don't tell me I'm turning into you.
On July 8th, there's a maniac who seeks to end us all. We have to stop him.
Are you packed? A hand grenade?
No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
They say all the world's a stage, but no stage shines brighter than this one. Because here the stars outshine the lights, and the spectacular can be found in every moment.
You can get coverage for all 16 NCAA regional sites on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit NCAA.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships. Jalen battles, first pitch swinging. Marcus Brown gets past David Mindom. That's into the dugout, so Battles gets second base. This game is gonna be wild.
It's like a couple heavyweight boxers just throwing blows at each other. Brown fields that ball. I think he had more time to kind of square up. He threw across his body. All that momentum was going out toward right field. Throws across that body and just yanks it just a bit. I think if you're Mindom right there, you got to come off the base and not let that thing get by you.
So E6.
Was it probably a base hit E6, right? Or was it just an E6?
I've got Battles reached on a throwing error.
There we go.
Stovall. Two 2-0 count here to the freshman from Louisiana. What do you think about Mitchell Stone?
He's been real solid. I'm really impressed with him. Very athletic for a big guy. We saw him go down and field a bunt. He's filling up the strike zone. And I brag on him, then he goes 3-0. That's what happens.
Well, I set you up on him when it was 2-0.
Yeah, that's true.
One now.
She was probably here for the first game. She's tired. Couple good pitchers' pitches right there. Up and in, and down and away. Stovall, for a freshman, has a very good eye.
Stone trying to come all the way back. No. Stovall draws the walk. First walk issued by Mitchell Stone. That brings the tying run to the plate. Zach Gregory. Going to sack bunt his last time up. Atkinson wants to chat with Mitchell Stone.
I think Dave Van Horn trusts Zach Gregory right here. A guy that's very patient, not afraid to hit with behind in the count, even 2 strikes. He's going to make Mitchell Stone fill up that strike zone again after walking Stovall. I really doubt that he bunts in this situation, because you're going to need big crooked numbers to beat Oklahoma State. One spots aren't going to do it too much.
And Mendham is expecting bunt. Have to be careful.
Woo. He's playing about 70 feet away from Zach Gregory right there. He was way in on the grass.
It is scary. Let's see if Mendham crashes again. He's playing the grass. Not quite as aggressive there. Speaking of aggressive, Zach Gregory, airborne. The face into the padding and chain link, but flex on him. I would too if I could do that.
That's playing with a little flair as well.
Oh,
wasn't it?
yeah.
Gotta have fun.
0-2 for Mitchell Stone. There's the reset.
A little surprised the way Nolan McLean is playing in at third with 2 strikes on Zach Gregory.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Strikeout.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good call by Derek Malika, the third base umpire.
2 strikeouts for Mitchell Stone. Razorbacks 10 for 30 in this regional with runners in scoring position. That's a lot of chances with runners in scoring position.
Right. I tell you, back to Zach Gregory's at-bat. The key right there in that at-bat was Mitchell Stone getting the first 2 pitches as strikes. He just walks Peyton Stovall. He comes back, and he's got a guy that just looks for walks. And he throws 2 straight strikes and then got him on the check swing.
First pitch ball to the leadoff man, Braden Webb.
Not your typical leadoff man of Braden Webb. 14 long balls this season.
And
he can turn on it.
Very productive at-bat last time up. In that situation, runner on third, less than 2 outs. Ground ball to second base. Was able to drive in the second run of the game for the Razorbacks.
Good speed on the bases for Arkansas.
To right field. This one has some carry. Going back to the track, not deep enough. Earhart makes the catch, but Battles will move up to third base. And the wind blowing in.
It's a crosswind. I thought off the bat that ball had a chance, but the wind is blowing from the right field foul pole to the left field foul pole. Off the bat, thought, okay, it might get out. Just warning track power. We've talked about the wind here and how this field's played. It's one of the few times the wind has knocked a ball down.
Yeah, it looks like it has gone from blowing out to right to blowing in a little more directionally towards home plate.
Right.
Slavens drove in the first run of the game with a single. Hogs struck first. Will this get over the glove of Riggio? No, it does not. 2 runners left stranded. But what a close call as that shot from Webb ended up on the warning track. We're going to talk to Josh Holliday when we return.
Chefs, let's take it up another level. More urgency. Order!
Watch your back.
Who took my tray?
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is The Bear. All episodes now streaming, only on Hulu.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We wanted to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Cardinals, Phillies, come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
Here we go. We're now joined by Oklahoma State head coach Josh Holliday. Before we get to this game, what significance did Trevor Martin have to get you to this point?
Gave us a chance. You know, somebody had to step up and give us some length in that first game, and obviously that was one crazy game. But he did what we needed. We needed somebody to go out there and put some quality frames together and slow down the scoring and give us a chance to catch up, and Trevor did just that.
How big is it to get to Arkansas's bullpen early in this ball game?
Well, we saw this young man here last night, so it's good to get guys out there for multiple looks, and it's good to get their starters out of the game early. But you got to continue to win pitch by pitch all the way through, and they got a good bullpen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to it so early.
Coach, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Brock Riggio, 16 RBI now in this regional. And here is Griffin Dorsey. The biggest dude playing. 7 for 17 in this regional. Using all fields. Only thing we haven't seen from him is the triple. I wouldn't put it past him, though, because we've seen everything else. Grand slam. Some really good two-strike swings for singles and 3 doubles. Griffin Dorsey, 6'4", 251. First team All Big 12, originally from Greendale, Wisconsin. Transferred from Northern Kentucky, where he hit 47 home runs in 4 seasons.
I think that's a pretty good transfer portal pickup.
You know, there's a lot of talk about the transfer portal and positives and negatives. This is why I love it. I don't know what Griffin Dorsey was like 4 or 5 years ago when he was coming out of high school. I don't know how attractive he was to Power 5 programs. That may have been his only option.
Right.
But he develops, he catches the eye of a major program like Oklahoma State, is able to enter the transfer portal, to have an opportunity to do this, play for a contender in an NCAA regional. That's what it's about. That's a rip on the line. How did he do that? That is a line drive home run. Griffin Dorsey with his 2nd home run of the day. Baseball deserves him on this stage. Careful there, young man.
Just an absolute rocket. A pitch up in the zone. I don't think that ball got 20 feet off the ground. Just an absolute bullet.
And off the bat now of David Mendham to the track, thinking back-to-back. That ball got out in a hurry by Griffin Dorsey.
And that ball's hit pretty well by David Mendham. But that's what Josh Holliday was talking about this field.
Yep.
It has the opportunity for outs to center field.
And here's another power bat in Nolan McClain. And he asked the hard-hitting questions a couple nights ago. The key to his solid mustache, he said genetics.
Maybe hitting's genetics, too. A lot of hard work in genetics. Good hand-eye coordination from mom and dad.
Oh, to make it 2-1.
So I always wonder how a pitcher's going to react after giving up a home run. See what happens with Will McIntyre in this at-bat right here.
Well, he almost gave up one after giving up one. That was close, but McClain draws another walk. So he's now been walked, what is that, 5 times by Arkansas? Yeah, 5 times he's been walked by Arkansas, dating back to last night.
Well, the guy's hit 4 home runs in this regional, so I think that's, I don't think they're trying to walk him by design, but that's pitching very carefully to him.
Well, it's more about the guys hitting behind him.
That's right.
As well. Strike one to Marcus Brown. Caden Trinkle on deck. Now at 50 pitches for Will McIntyre, who the Cowboys saw briefly last night. Runner goes to center field. Webb turning and making the catch a step in front of the warning track. McClain was off on that pitch.
And that's what you can do when you have a 4-run lead like Oklahoma State does. You can be a little more aggressive on the bases. Really put that pressure on your opponent. Arkansas does have a right-hander up in the bullpen.
First pitch strike from Will McIntyre to Caden Trinkle. So Elijah Tress getting ready for the Razorbacks.
Not really sure where that pitch was. Pretty good fastball in the inside corner.
And there is Nolan McClain's long-lost twin brother. I mean, they look similar, do they not?
They really do.
Another ball lifted to center field. This should be routine for Braden Webb. And bring the inning to an end. Griffin Dorshin on a line. A flat swing, a flat trajectory. It's going to hurt somebody. His own teammates hitting that hard to the bullpen. Giddy up.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze, and its mission is to make sleep feel cool. So no more night sweats, no more nocturnal baking, or polar ice cap air conditioner mode, because the Tempur-Pedic Breeze delivers superior cooling from cover to core, helping you sleep cool all night long. For a limited time, save $500 on all Tempur-Breeze mattresses and get your coolest sleep this summer. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today?
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
The delicious Domino's pizza you're looking at is actually yesterday's leftover Domino's pizza. How'd we do it? Simple. We took it fresh out of a Domino's oven. We put it in a Domino's box, put that box in a Domino's bag, put that bag in a Domino's car, drove that car to Stacy's house, rang her doorbell, delivered her pizza. Then we kind of did nothing all night, came back in the morning and used her leftovers to get this perfect shot.
Say what? You made a Domino's commercial with my leftovers? Can you clean up this kitchen while you're at it?
We don't know where things go. So get 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas delivered for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
And it's lights out and away we go. So that's a big crash. Get in there.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals, presented by Capital One. Mo Galindo here with Troy Eklund and our best friends from Oklahoma State and Arkansas. They've shown up, passionate, ready to make some noise, and ready to will their team to a win. For Arkansas, one win means they're in the Supers. Oklahoma State needs 2 in a row to get there. The if necessary game tomorrow. Wallace showed bunt, pulled it back.
And Wallace can really run, and that's why he thought about dropping a bunt down. I think if you're Oklahoma State and he bunts for a hit, it's a gift.
Well, Mitchell Stone got the start. He's been solid. 7 hits, but only leading to 2 runs.
He's kind of spread them out, hadn't he?
Yeah. And it's been the free passes or lack thereof. That is smoke to the cap. Whoa! Top of the fence. I did not think that had enough. that is how you do it on a line to the gap. Caden Wallace crushed it.
That's about the height that Griffin Dorshin hit his, but about another 50 or 75 feet.
I mean, that's like 390 at least on a line.
That is an absolute juiced baseball, and that's how come I said it was a gift whenever he was trying to bunt for Oklahoma State, because he can do that.
And you typically don't bunt for a solo shot. And so let's now welcome Caden Wallace to this exclusive club. Good form on the throwback, by the way.
Yeah, you can't keep the opponent's home run. You got to throw that back in, a la Wrigley Field.
Wallace now joins McLean and Riggio in the 4-home run club. However, he's done it in one less game.
Big players show up big in big games.
This thing is far from over.
Really nice pitch right here by Stone. Coming back, painting that outside corner. Turner's probably expecting the breaking ball. Stone tried to challenge him with a fastball.
Just reaching out to stay alive.
We've seen Turner take the ball the other way. Very adept at shooting that baseball to left field. Well, you needed an answer if you're Arkansas. You got one right there, but you can't be satisfied putting up single runs against Oklahoma State. You got to get some crooked numbers.
I'm still marveling about that baseball off the bat of Caden Wallace.
That'd be fun to know exit velocity on that one, because it had to have some, because it got out in a hurry.
And Turner down looking.
You just felt like that Stone was going to go with the fastball. Turner knew it. I think he was sitting breaking ball after barely getting a piece of the last one. Good pitch calling. I'm not sure if that's coming out of the dugout or if that's Atkinson behind the plate, but really good job by mixing up pitches on a veteran hitter, Michael Turner.
Off-speed first pitch strike for Mitchell Stone. To Chris Lanzilli. He's got a single and a flyout.
Rob Walton calling those pitches.
Catchers wearing the headsets, the earpiece. An effort to speed up the game. 0-2.
I'm not sure if he was the first person to ever come up with this idea, but John Cohen used to be the head coach of Mississippi State. He was the first guy I ever heard talking about, hey, we need to have an earpiece to relay signs in to speed this thing up.
Well, good call. Back-to-back strikeouts by Mitchell Stone.
You could see Atkinson pointing his finger to the ground saying, I don't want this thing hung. Bounce it if you have to. Really good execution right there by Mitchell Stone. Watch him pointing down. He goes, I want that thing in the dirt. And he's expecting it right there. It's a great block. Perfect execution.
Robert Moore 0 for 2 tonight. So Mitchell Stone showing a good response from that Caden Wallace frozen rope home run. Back-to-back strikeouts, but down 2-0.
Telling you,
to Robert Moore.
Robert Moore is probably one of the most dangerous 234 hitters in the country. I wouldn't want to be facing him right now. 2-0. Great pitcher's pitch.
Back with the strike. Fouled. Outside Old Break Stadium. Second-year park here at Oklahoma State. Perfect place to see a game. It is beautiful. I don't think Atkinson called for anything that low. Full count, 2 outs. Rob Walton. Where does he call in? That's how you turn on a baseball. And a souvenir.
I think you have to come back again with something soft. They've worked Robert Moore away, which has been kind of the MO of everybody this season.
Hit well to center field. Tranquil moving to his right, makes the grab. Arkansas does get one. An absolute missile by Caden Wallace. Wow, that ball was electric. So was this game at 6-3 Oklahoma State.
At Domino's, you can get more than just your favorite pizza. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and yes, medium 2-topping pizzas as well. Carry out any 2 or more mix-and-match items for $5.99 each or get them delivered for $6.99 each.
And it's lights out and away we go.
On July 8th, there's a maniac who seeks to end us all. We have to stop him.
Are you packed? A hand grenade? No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor, Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
37 home runs in the Stillwater Regional. Old Great Stadium was not supposed to play like this, but it is. 13 home runs in all today. First game featured 9, 6 from Missouri State, 3 from Oklahoma State. The hardest hit balls, I think, that have left have been in this game with Dorshing and Caden Wallace. The farthest balls were last night with McLean and Battles.
We've seen it's been a fun regional, I'll tell you that for sure. If you like offense, this is where you need to be tuning into.
Will McIntyre now with his most pitches in relief this season. He's at 55. Previous high was 52. How's he looking?
I think he's been pretty solid so far for Arkansas.
Entered in the second inning for Jackson Wiggins.
Elijah Trett still throwing in the bullpen.
Here's the 2-0 to the number 9 hitter, the catcher, Chase Atkinson. He's got an RBI single, and he's drawn a walk.
That's a stash and some flow right there out of Elijah Trest.
Hit hard foul. And it's 2-2. One look there.
I think Trest may have him on the stash.
And the other there. I'm with you. I got to give it to Elijah.
I think McIntyre comes with that big overhand curve. Oh, it goes to the fastball.
Robert Moore. Perfect spot to get the leadoff hitter. Ball was spent though. So here's the look. You know, I think it's two disciplines that are entirely different. when it comes to the mustache. It's a little more handlebar on the right side. The left with McClain is a little more like the Intimidator, you know? It's a little Dale Earnhardt in that one.
I'll let you be the mustache expert.
Thank you. Reggio to left. Gregory to the track and makes a catch. So Earhart is going to go over to third base coach Justin Seeley. What do you think this combo is about?
I think it's just all about getting McIntyre out of rhythm maybe a little bit.
Let's break it up.
A couple quick outs by McIntyre. I'm really surprised they let him talk that long.
It looks like they're having a grand old time.
I don't think that was anything about hitting. It's like, hey, all we're doing over here is just killing some time.
Let's see if that conversation, a.k.a. break, slow the momentum, works in favor of Oklahoma State. McIntyre, first pitch swinging. It did not break the rhythm of Will McIntyre. Catches made, 3 up, 3 down. First 1-2-3 inning for the Oklahoma State lineup today.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
We are LRS and a part of your local community. Whether you need a portable restroom for your community event or work site, help clearing out that bigger item that's cluttering your life, or assistance with recycling in your neighborhood, we're there for you because your community is our community. Let's build a better, brighter future together, and it starts here.
Is that your knitting needle?
It's not what you think.
If she's innocent, you should help me out.
You'd rather tell a story that's tantalizing than the truth.
We would never do that. I mean, we have, but we try not to.
Whatever you think you know about me, it's not the full story. I have to see this through.
That's a good line. I wish I was recording.
I was. Oh, God, please don't tell me I'm turning into you. Guys, check this out.
The best reviewed comedy of the year is back.
Wow. We need to find the real killer.
We're getting the hang of this.
Yes! You can tell it's our second season.
Surprise, surprise, Steve Vandiver. 70th birthday.
Got a cookie cake.
Deserves a cookie cake. Look at that.
I love that. Appreciate all the hard work, Steve.
Great camera shots. Gonna take a bite, too.
He's gonna have to work for that one.
Work for it, Steve. Come on. Take a big bite. There it is.
Gotta get some sugar going.
70th birthday to Steve Vandiver. Back to the action. Jalen Battles swinging through the first offering for Mitchell Stone. So the type of pitching performance that Oklahoma State really needed. Somebody to give them a solid outing, let the defense do the work, like Reggio here. One down. Paige Stovall has a single to center and has walked. 5 for 10 in this Stillwater Regional. Starting to realize the potential that gave him plenty of draft buzz last summer before deciding to withdraw. Come to Fayetteville, begin his career with Dave Van Horn, the Arkansas Razorbacks.
This is a big get for Arkansas. Not only having to fight the draft, probably would have been a second-round pick, but also get him out of the state of Louisiana.
Yeah.
Not losing him to the University of Louisiana or LSU.
You look at the success rate of guys that go to college, it's tough to argue with that. Prospects drafted out of college as opposed to high school.
Got to make it to the big leagues is what you're referring to. Absolutely.
Yep. Higher success rate there. Now he's just seeing it really, really well today. Second single for Stovall. Sitting above 500 now in this regional.
I think it's taken Stovall just a little bit longer to realize that he's a dude. And when you talk about guys that are dudes that are really, really good. And so some guys get there a little faster, and Stovall's there now.
And he's also playing in a lineup with a lot of veterans all around him. Guys that are performing and have performed in the past. But that has to be a wake-up call. You go from one of the best high school players in America to whatever showcase you go to, whatever travel team you're playing for, your high school team, you're hitting in a prime spot, probably 1 or 3, depending on what your coach likes to do. And then you show up on campus, and you're no longer the unquestioned best player on the field.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure it wasn't that way for you. You just strolled into Fayetteville. We're like, okay, Troy is here.
We need to forget about that freshman year for me.
Not good, huh?
No, it was a little rough.
It's rough for a lot of guys.
I think players are so much more developed. All the things you mentioned right there, you know, the exposure you have, travel teams, playing more elite talent. I think guys are ready to step in as true freshmen and contribute much quicker than they did in the past.
Contribute is different than star, though.
That's true.
And that also goes into the mentality of these young guys when they show up. Are they willing to contribute if they can't star? Two. Big AB here for Zach Gregory. Looks at it. And he's rung up. He wanted to know where it was. Now he's starting to argue, and he's going to get warned and get written up.
Trying to see where that pitch was. I think Gregory's got a pretty good argument. It looks like it's down. And Gregory's not a very tall guy. I'll give him that.
The thing I don't like, home plate umpire Travis Reiniger looked like he closed that gap a little bit with Zach Gregory. These guys have a pretty good feel for the zone. I'm talking the hitters. There should be some back and forth and the ability to be slightly frustrated, ask where a pitch was, without having the umpire close a gap like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Gregory had a good argument. I think it was a little quick by the home plate umpire to give that warning.
Be the adult in the room. .90 pitches for Mitchell Stone. Top of the lineup in Webb. Swings through it, and it's 1-1.
The Board said 92. I think it's usually a little bit hot. One of the better fastballs right there by Mitchell Stone.
How long can it go for Rob Walton and this Oklahoma State team?
Atkinson tried to sell that one. See those catchers kind of put that left elbow out to catch that baseball to try to make it look like it's over the plate instead of turning that glove the other way to catch it. It's not easy to do.
Arkansas is looking for that one big hit. And that's inside 3-1. Will Webb get the pitch here with 3 balls and 1 strike?
He definitely has some juice. That's one thing about this Arkansas lineup. They've got power throughout. Really can't pitch around anybody. That was the pitch you wanted, just missed it.
Great crowd coming to life here. The sun has gone down, the lights going up, and so is the intensity. It's picking up. That man is distracted. Must have been a cool-looking bird or something. Full count. And a walk with 2 outs. And that will be a huge potential opportunity for Arkansas because Slavens represents the tying run. And here comes Rob Walton, Ryan Muir, Roman Finn-Salker, both up getting loose.
This is the battle between the chants right here.
And just a reminder, we're in Stillwater, not Fayetteville. Those Arkansas fans, they are loud.
I think this is a good move by leaving Mitchell Stone in right here. You want to keep the lefty-on-lefty opportunity with Brady Slavens.
And there is your Finn-Salker getting warm. And Salker had a rough go against these Razorbacks last night. It was the beginning of some of those struggles that ended up rearing its ugly head in that 8-run 8th inning. Slavens almost wore it.
Slavens is a junior, but Slavens left high school a year early, went to Wichita State, didn't like it, transfers to Johnson County Community College outside of Kansas City. Then he transferred down to Arkansas.
That misses, and it's 2-0.
Boy, you better be really careful. You talk about a guy that swings out of his shoes. That's Brady Slavens.
Hitting .295 with runners in scoring position with 5 home runs. Strike 1. Good comeback pitch by Mitchell Stone. And it's a given. One fan base is not going to like the call. But that's how you want it. 2 passionate fan bases knowing the significance of this game. Back-to-back strikes. And it runs full. Runners will be off. Pitch 101 is a ball. And the bases are loaded for Caden Wallace, the man with 4 home runs in this regional. How long will Josh Holliday and Rob Walton let Mitchell Stone go?
I think you got to go get him right here and go righty on righty.
And Josh Holliday is thinking about it. He's aligning his defense.
Well, here we go.
Caden Wallace. We've already seen 3 grand slams here in this regional. Through the left side, past McClain. 1 run scores. Here comes Webb. He reaches safely. And don't count the Razorbacks out yet. It's a 1-run game. Caden Wallace, stay hot, young man.
Well, one of those walks in this inning, the walk to Braden Webb, comes around to score. Stovall singles, Webb walks, Slavens walks. Wallace comes through big. And that's why Caden Wallace is a superstar. Guy is absolutely clutch.
8 driven in this regional for Caden Wallace. And you can't understate it. This was the man that gave the Razorbacks life right from the jump against Grand Canyon.
Yeah, 2-out hitting. Critical in that situation.
Huge opportunity for Michael Turner here. Looking to give the Razorbacks the lead in the bottom of the 6th. Strike 1 from Stone.
You can see Stone, he's talking to himself. He said, come on.
Back-to-back walks with 2 outs and a single. Has made this very interesting. Cowboys have played a lot of baseball. About 10 hours of baseball since 6 o'clock last night.
That's not counting a minute in this game.
Correct. So about 12 hours, half a day of baseball since 6 last night, when these 2 teams went at it for the first time. Swing and a miss by Turner. And it's 1-2. 105 pitches from Mitchell Stone.
Big sweeping breaking ball right now. Right there for Mitchell Stone. I go back to that same pitch right there. You're 1-2. You've got a catcher in Atkinson that can really block the baseball. Man, I do not throw anything that Michael Turner can hit. Nothing elevated, even a breaking ball. It's going to be down and away.
Strike 3. Mitchell Stone on what could be the last pitch of his night. Strikes out Michael Turner. Oklahoma State will go to the 7th, clinging desperately to a 1-run lead.
Big hook. Nice job at framing it. Atkinson, the catcher. Huge play for Oklahoma State.
Time's gone. You're afraid. Scared. Times like this, we need to unite, come together. Meek, it's very hard to give a rousing speech with the noise.
Oh, God, we're gonna die.
This ends here and now.
How exciting. Thor, Love, and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now. Only in theaters July 8th.
Mr. Clark, your daughter is a very good kisser.
When you crave the uncomfortable, try new Spicy Pringles Scorchin'.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We wanted to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Kelly Ripa hosts the family trivia game that challenges each generation.
Name this handsome model with long hair.
Thor?
It's a battle of the ages. Generation Gap premieres Thursday, July 7th on ABC.
That man is giving his all. Happy to get out of that situation. The strikeout with 2 runners on. Rob Walton coming over and saying, "Out of the way, kid." He leaves with his team holding on to a 1-run lead. Batman is in the house. I do not know the significance of that. What's up, dude?
The Dark Knight. There you go.
Future Cowboy right there. To the present, Jake Thompson. A 6-5 lead for Oklahoma State. They had a 6-2 lead after Griffin Dorsey hit a solo home run in the 5th. Playing from behind, nothing new from Arkansas as Dave Van Horn comes out after this first pitch, and he's making an immediate call to the bullpen.
I think they're going to probably go get Evan Taylor. I didn't see if he was warming up, but that's their best lefty out of the bullpen. That is Evan Taylor.
McIntyre done for the night. We'll let you know about Evan Taylor when we return from Stillwater.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure you.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone and chicken wings.
You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Mike, not Mike.
Talk of the town right now.
Cardinals, Phillies. Come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball. Cardinals, Phillies. Come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
That's an adorable sight here inside O'Brien Stadium. Bring the entire family, doesn't matter how old. Nice headpiece there. That young fan and that older fan. I'm not sure if there's an age limit wearing something like that, but who cares? It's postseason baseball. Evan Taylor now comes in for Will McIntyre, senior from Florence, Alabama. We saw Taylor enter the last time these two teams played. He came in for Hagen Smith, who struggled, and Taylor struggled as well. He went 1 inning, served up 3 hits, 4 earned runs, walked 2 batters, hit a batter, 3 extra base hits allowed in all. And we're having some sort of discussion here. The crew now going over to Josh Holliday. And it's some sort of review that's about to happen. What could they potentially be looking at here?
I'm not really sure. because we really don't have any weather in the area, so I don't know if they're talking about lightning. Or maybe they're talking about that.
Well, these are some of the plays that can be reviewed. Fair foul calls, catch or no catch. And you look through all of that, trying to piece together what could potentially be the situation here.
Now, the lightning strikes are within 8 miles. So we'd had a storm blow through this morning. There's supposed to be some weather later on tonight. Yeah.
And that's handled by game day operations, not the umpire crew. So I don't know, could they potentially be looking at the amount of warm-up pitches? Could they be looking at what the count was when Taylor entered the game? I mean, it's 1-0. We saw McIntyre throw one to Jake Thompson. Or are we just trying to make sure we have another 5-hour game and make it 3 straight? There could be some sort of record.
You see McIntyre is out of the game, but he's also throwing the weighted ball against the wall. So to stay loose. So it's almost like
they didn't mean?
I don't know.
So here's what they're trying to determine. Does the pitcher that exited need to finish the at-bat before a new pitcher enters the game?
Yeah,
they're trying to clarify that.
I've seen guys pulled after, you know,
I think we had it.
Count, 2-2
I think
count.
we had it earlier in this regional.
Because I remember somebody came in and threw 1 pitch and got a strikeout. I think I made a comment about that.
That could have been, though, when the pitcher had the injury situation.
That's true.
This is just bizarre. So what's it gonna be? It looks like they're saying, get back out, Will McIntyre. Wow.
That's something new on me.
I had no idea. And here comes Will McIntyre. This is wild. Obviously, we're not the only ones dumbfounded, because Dave Van Horn has been around this game for a really, really long time and did not hesitate after 1 pitch to pull Will McIntyre. And so he was throwing some weighted balls against the wall in the Arkansas dugout, but now he's going to get some more warm-up pitches in.
I've never seen this before. It's definitely new on me.
I think it's new for everybody. But it also begs the question, why did Van Horn make that move after 1 pitch?
The only thing I was thinking of is if
just
Taylor's,
use some more time.
If Taylor's not ready, I mean, you want to give your pitcher enough time, and a lot of times they'll go, "Hey, are you ready to go? No, I need a few more pitches." Okay, I'm gonna let the guy throw a pitch, and then I'm gonna go get you. Because, I mean, you don't want anybody to have an injury because they're not hot.
Well, here is Jake Thompson against Will McIntyre, not Evan Taylor. So you go from that lefty-lefty matchup to Will McIntyre from the right side. And this is rolled over. Stovall lost his footing, got it back. And now,
all for naught.
Will we see Evan Taylor after 2 pitches? Oh, and a first base umpire is getting after somebody in the Arkansas dugout. Just chill out, man. Like, come on. It's the job you signed up for. Here's Griffin Dorsey. And so now here's the crazy thing. Now that they get past that lefty-lefty matchup, they can stay with Will McIntyre.
It might be
for the righty.
Work out for the Arkansas's advantage. What a crazy turn of events.
What a crazy regional.
We've seen it all.
Ooh, that's low. 1-1.
Dorsey is 6'4". This strike sounds big, but it's not low.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Great location by McIntyre. McIntyre's coming out and pitching with a little bit of edge right here because, okay, you're going to take me out, but then you're going to put me back in. I'll show you what I've still got in the tank. He's challenged Dorsey with 2 fastballs.
Got him again on the fastball. McIntyre is pumped up, and he should be. He was pulled from the game, had to stay warm, was put back in the game, retired the dude he was pulled so he didn't have to face, and then got one of the most potent hitters in the lineup in Griffin Dorsey, and now it's time to make a change.
Sometimes you need a little extra fire to pump your team up. That might be something that Arkansas can feed off of.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Van Horn was animated as he pointed to his left arm and said, now I'm bringing in Evan Taylor.
This is crazy.
And here come the hog calls out of the Razorback faithful.
Because if I'm Josh Holiday, I don't like it either. So Evan Taylor now is entering the game with 2 outs instead of no outs. And what are we looking at now?
I have no idea.
So Evan Taylor getting his warm-ups in again.
Now we look into the sky. Oh.
Yeah, the forecast does look a little ominous. But at this point in time, we don't know if the umpires are trying to figure out the rules. And here is a discussion now. Again, home-plate umpire Dave Van Horn.
I wonder if something's going on with the lights, because look at the outfield.
Oh, you're
right. It's like the outfield is dark. Look at
the lights they're shining down all of a sudden.
Well, and look at Braden Webb. He's standing in darkness almost out there in center field.
Now, I can't tell if some of the light banks aren't on. I mean, quite honestly, I haven't looked at the light banks. All regional, but now that I do, something does seem off.
Every one of them seem like they're pointing down. I don't know if that's by design, like you said. It's a new stadium, so you've probably got the state-of-the-art lighting system, but man, that center field looks really dark out there. All the outfielders look like it's dark. Who needs lights?
Exactly. This has it all. We're setting records left and right. We had to set a record for free passes in 2 consecutive games. We've already set a record for the highest scoring game in tournament history. We just had a pitcher enter the game, leave the game, come back in the game as Mendham lines that out to left. What's next here in Stillwater? We have no idea. 6-5 Cowboys.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
Well, look who it is. The Serena Williams having her some breakfast. You think the goat eats regular eggs? Nope. Her eggs are made from plants because she has nutritionists, scientists, trainers, and whatever this guy does, very interesting. Curating her protein intake so she stays fueled for superhuman performance.
Ça va bien?
And she speaks French.
Moi, je prends un petit déjeuner.
Plant-based eggs for Madame Le Goat. Just egg. Really good eggs.
Chefs, let's take it up another level. More urgency.
Order!
Watch your back.
Who took my tray?
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is the bear. All episodes now streaming only on Hulu.
Cardinals, Phillies. Come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
On July 8th, there's a maniac who seeks to end us all. We have to stop him.
Are you packed? A hand grenade? No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor: Love and Thunder, rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
There's one thing that can bring us all together in a crazy regional like this, and it is Garth Brooks. We've got friends in low places. We've got friends in Fayetteville, Starkville, Stillwater, LA, Boston, Chapel Hill. We're all in this together. Let's just play some baseball, folks. That one is fouled back. First pitch off the bat of Chris Lanzilli. It's just been bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. It makes you question everything. With everything that's happened today, it made us question if the outfield lights are actually working. And I still have no idea if that's the way they're supposed to look or not.
I think they're supposed to be pointed down like that, but it just does seem a little dark out in center field.
Now this regional is making you question everything. And how about this? It is Mitchell Stone coming back out. 108 pitches now. This man is a hoss. Coming in on the hands of Lanzilli. And he makes it 1-2. 109 pitches. A workmanlike performance as Rob Walton calls in the next pitch. A one-run game here in Stillwater. Did he go? No, he did not. A career-high 110 pitches now for Mitchell Stone. This is the time of year where you leave it all out there. He's pumped. He should be. He gets Lanzilli down on strikes.
Really good off-speed breaking ball by Mitchell Stone. You can see he knew it when he let go of it. Sometimes as pitchers, the second it leaves their hand, they know they threw it exactly where they wanted to throw that baseball. The change of speed had Lanzilli out in front. Just a really fine piece of pitching.
And here comes Robert Moore. Outside, ball one. Moore still looking for his first base hit of the night. To Robert Moore. I'm not sure if we're picking our teeth or chewing down the fingernails. Some high tension here in Stillwater. And it's 3-0. Do not want to put the tying run on. Arkansas, a win away from the Super Regionals. Oklahoma State needs this tonight and tomorrow. And that's over. As Mitchell Stone will try to come all the way back.
In a very, very dangerous 230 hitter.
Concerns pop. Oh, it went straight up.
That's going to be foul. Boy, he was trying to turn on it.
He was. And now it's a full count. And that young man has a souvenir. ...116 pitches from Mitchell Stone. Ripped. That will drop in center field. Moore taking an aggressive turn. He will stay put at first base, but that is huge. With one out, Moore gets on, and that man represents the tying run.
Really chokes up on that bat for great bat control. It's a big hit for Robert Moore.
Here comes Rob Walton. And this will be the end of the night for Mitchell Stone. They needed another big-time performance like they got from Trevor Martin. Trevor Martin righted the ship when the Cowboys needed him, trailing 12-0 against Missouri State. Mitchell Stone in this elimination game. They needed someone to hold Arkansas at bay, chew up some innings and some pitches. And Mitchell Stone handing the ball over to Roman Fan Salker. Let's hear the reaction.
Travel pillows? We've been wearing them the wrong way.
Shut up. You gotta share this with Rachel.
This is how we should swaddle. Could have been doing that the whole time.
Here's how to fold a fitted sheet.
Period.
Did you know you're supposed to twist the seasoning bottle? I'm not sure you.
Twist it.
Flamingos are born gray, not pink.
Nature's beautiful.
This is how you do bone and chicken wings.
Hubba, hubba.
You twist it, don't shake it. TikTok taught me.
Kelly Ripa hosts the family trivia game that challenges each generation.
Name this handsome model with long hair.
Thor?
It's a battle of the ages. Generation Gap premieres Thursday, July 7th on ABC.
That man is gassed. Mitchell Stone getting the props. And Griffin Doersching and the rest of his Oklahoma State teammates. He has put the Cowboys in position to play tomorrow if they can close it out. That, however, is what Roman Fansalker was unable to do a day ago. Came in late, was credited with the loss. Went a third of an inning, allowed 3 runs, hit 2 batters. The control was the issue. And the lights are coming back on. So we are not going crazy. It's just the insanity that surrounds us here in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Fansalker with tremendous run on that fastball, and that's what he couldn't command yesterday.
Battles, opposite field, will it get over the head? No, so close. Zach Earhart may have momentarily lost that, but he recovered in time. That is a potential game changer.
Well, we talked about the wind blowing in from right field. Not a lot, but I'm telling you, if the wind's not blowing, I think that gets over his head, because look how close it is right here. He had to kind of backpedal and turn. Nice play by Earhart.
Fine play out there in right field.
Good swing by Jalen Battles.
Here's Stovall. Stovall has been electric. A check over at Robert Moore, who's hanging on first. Bottom of the 7th. Arkansas, the home team here tonight, courtesy of being the team that is 2-0. That had some giddy up. You could hear the intensity up here in the booth.
Really good pitcher's pitch right there by Fansalker. Right under the hands of Peyton Stovall.
Very late on the swing. But this is where Stovall has done his work. Hold on now. Are they calling catcher's interference? They are. On Chase Atkinson.
That's huge.
Wow.
And it's a sound, because there's no way the umpire can see that. But look at his glove. You can see it go down.
Does it, though?
You can hear. It's all about sound for an umpire.
I don't know.
Yep. The Arkansas dugout was all over it. Catcher interference to put a tying run into scoring position.
Zach Gregory now up. The number 9 hitter. But a pesky out.
He'll take a lot of pitches. Fansalker looks like that he's got that release point down tonight much better. Everything was missing away. That was a changeup that kind of had a little late run, but the fastball is what he couldn't control last night. See if he can do it tonight. That's the pitch. That's the pitch. It runs off the plate. There's so much movement on it.
With that catcher's interference, it would have been 0-2 with 2 outs.
That pitch starts in the strike zone, but again, Fansalker gets his fingers on the side of the baseball. It's got some side spin on it. It almost looks like my golf swing off the tee. It has a lot of fade on it.
And Fansalker handled the moment. He was frustrated in that pressure-packed 8th inning last night because of this, not being able to find the zone.
I mean, there's no doubt the stuff is electric by Fansalker.
But right here against number 9, you got to go get him.
You might see Zach Gregory take 2 pitches right here.
Moore dancing at second base. A 3-0 strike to make it 3-1.
Two outs. Runners are going to be off to the races on contact. Good speed on the bases. Robert Moore at second.
That Oklahoma State fan was saying, come on, get up.
Yeah.
Let's make some noise. It is quiet here.
It is quiet. I mean, technically, that doesn't reset the pitch clock with fan soccer stepping off and not making a throw at the second, but I'm glad that nobody's making a big deal about that.
Remember, Zach Gregory did not make friends with the home plate umpire his last time up when he was rung up. Up the middle, Riggio, routine play. Fan soccer does what he needs to do, and we go to the 8th. It's a 1-run game. Cowboys trying to keep the season going.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
Well, look who it is. The Serena Williams having her some breakfast. You think the goat eats regular eggs? Nope. Her eggs are made from plants because she has nutritionists, scientists, trainers, and whatever this guy does. Very interesting. Curating her protein intake so she stays fueled for superhuman performance.
Ça va bien?
And she speaks French.
Moi, je prends un petit déjeuner.
Plant-based eggs for Madame Le Goat. Just egg. Really good eggs.
Asgard! You're afraid. Scared. Times like this, we need to unite, come together. Meek, it's very hard to give a rousing speech with the noise.
Oh, God, we're gonna die.
This ends here and now!
How exciting.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now. Only in theaters July 8th.
Stillwater, Oklahoma, Albright Stadium celebrating its first ever regional. Evan Taylor on the mound. We thought he would get in a little earlier. We were confused about the rule, but we've got it. Pitching rule 9.4F. When the game pitcher crosses the foul line on the way to the mound to start an inning, he shall pitch to the first batter until such batter is put out or reaches base, unless a pinch hitter is substituted or the batter or the pitcher sustains an injury or illness which incapacitates him from continuing. So that is why Will McIntyre had to go back to the mound.
You learn something new every day.
Yes, certainly do. Here is Nolan McLean, the big bat that Arkansas has tried to stay away from for 2 straight games. That's why, because he takes daddy hacks swinging out of the shoes. Brady Tiger getting loose in the Arkansas bullpen. If they can find a way to get a lead in the bottom half of the inning, no doubt he would try to close it out and send Arkansas to the Supers. But you got to throw up a 0 and get some more offense. McLean can add insurance quickly. But Arkansas has been unwilling to let him beat them.
Back-to-back changeups by Evan Taylor, both not close.
They are happy to let 7, 8, 9, Brown, Trinkle, Atkinson do the damage, not Nolan McLean, who has 4 home runs in this regional. Oh, lifted to right, but foul. McClain was waiting for a mistake. What do you do here if you're Evan Taylor?
I think I'm going to bury a breaking ball down in the dirt. I don't give McClain a chance to beat me. It's going to have to bounce in the dirt or be right at his toes.
(3-2). Leadoff walk for McClain. And something tells me Arkansas is perfectly fine with that. Make these guys beat you. Marcus Brown 1 for 3. 8 for 19 in the regional. Did not have a hit last night against Arkansas. And you've got two lefties with Brown and Tranquil up next for Oklahoma State. The bunt. Right back to Taylor. The throw is high. He did not get back to the bag. Stovall was trying to get the foot down and swipe for the tag. Neither happened. And remember, earlier today, Marcus Brown took a foul ball off his ankle and was hobbled. He's showing that he's back healthy and has the wheels. He's there.
I think the key for that play for Evan Taylor was, instead of doing like a 360 spin, he kind of tried to pivot, and he wasn't very comfortable with the angle that he was having to throw from.
Is this to buy more time for Tiger?
I don't think so. Just maybe a chance to settle Evan Taylor down. I think he should go 360 right there. See, he pivots.
Yeah, good call.
And now his shoulders aren't square. And then that ball's airmailed, sails on him.
So if he keeps with his momentum,
I think it's an easier throw. That's a great job by Peyton Stovall to catch that baseball. You have to come off the bag. He made the right decision. There's no way you're going to stay on the bag. Very athletic first baseman, Peyton Stovall. That is going to be an E1. And now you can bunt and have two runners in scoring position with just one out.
See what they do here with Caden Tranquil.
He can really run. You're Caden Wallace, you better take a couple more steps in.
Whoa. Brown had to book it back to first. Wheel play on. You see Caden Wallace calling out the signs from third base. Captain of that infield.
I've always been a big fan, Lowell, of if you have a guy bunting, throwing breaking balls.
Oh, yeah.
Fastballs are so much easier to bunt than a curveball, and especially if you've got Taylor, a left-hander, when that baseball's coming at your back pocket and is going across the plate.
Into center field, McClain will take third.
Not a chance for Robert Moore on that play. Just an errant throw by Evan Taylor. And the thing about it was, you really didn't have the runner at second base, McClain, off the bag that far.
Here's Matt Hobbs. Coverage for all 16 NCAA regional sites can be found on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit NCAA.com, the home for all 90 NCAA championships. But right now, for my money, these are the best championships. Right now, we're just at the beginning of the road to Omaha. Just down the road in Oklahoma City, you got the Women's College World Series going on. An electric atmosphere there as well. This is the best time of the year. Stick and ball, baby.
So now, if you're Oklahoma State, you got a couple options here. You got no outs. You could safety squeeze. Or
just let it rip.
Or you let it rip. You're going to have Arkansas is going to play the infield in. Up the middle, they're going to play about halfway. So that means Battles and Moore are going to be halfway between their normal positioning area and in on the grass.
It's a 298 hitter here in Tranquil. 6 home runs.
I let him swing the bat.
He's going to show bunt.
And that might be just one of those plays that he shows bunt and he's not going to bunt, just to try to throw Taylor off.
McClain on third. Brown on second. Nobody out in this one-run game. Top of the 8th. The Cowboys are the team that's back against the wall, the number 7 national seed. Both these teams, however, got up to number 2 in the national polls at one point this season. That's why we've been saying it's got more the feel of a super regional than a game that will determine who goes to a super regional.
Evan Taylor is really, really tough on left-handed hitters, especially that big sweeping breaking ball.
Another look at the bunt, and it's 3-1. Finds the zone, full count. Evan Taylor against Caden Tranquil. Infield in for Arkansas. Every run matters right here. The Hogs will try to cut that runner down on a ground ball in the infield. Swing and a miss, big punch out, and Taylor knows it.
What a big pitch by Evan Taylor. Again, it's the arm angle. He lines up, he's barely on the rubber. He's on as far over to the first base side of the rubber as he possibly can be. He's got that 3/4 arm slot. And again, from a left-handed hitter, it looks like the baseball is starting at your back. It's just a really unusual angle. Look how far over he is on that rubber. The heel is on the rubber. His whole foot is off of it. Technically, is he touching? Absolutely. But that's how he creates that arm angle, or that angle on the left-handed hitter.
Atkinson now. Infield stays in with 1 out. A walk and an RBI single for Chase Atkinson. Gave the Cowboys the lead in the 2nd inning with a 1-run single to left. Oklahoma State has been trying to claw back ever since. Arkansas, excuse me. Hit well to the gap. Webb gives it a chase. Makes the catch. McLean will tag. Brown will tag. An insurance run for the Cowboys. The lead grows to 2.
Just a really quality at bat by Chase Atkinson. He has been solid. The bottom part of the order for Oklahoma State has done a really nice job. You've talked about it, Lowell. All regional. Productive outs from the bottom. That ball's hit well. It's driven out to right center. Easy tag, plus the runner moves up to third base. And so now, with 2 outs, you can't get a ball in the dirt, or Taylor will be really leery to throw a pitch in the dirt because you might get a pass ball and another run.
And here's the dude, Rock Riggio. He's driven in 16. No lead is safe in Stillwater. That has been stamped firmly in the mind of everybody that has watched this regional unfold. Riggio tries for the bunt single. Could not connect. That's the line. That is outstanding. Plays the game like he's all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Oh, 1. Another strike from Taylor.
So this is where Michael Turner has to be an absolute wall behind the plate. You're not sure if he's going to bury this breaking ball, but you cannot let anything get past you.
Swing and a miss. Taylor leaves a key runner at third, but Oklahoma State picks up a critical run. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. Arkansas has at least 2 ABs here tonight to try to get themselves to the Super Regional.
Lemons, lemons, lemons. The world is so full of lemons. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your travels. So you can go and see all those lemons for less.
The delicious Domino's pizza you're looking at is actually yesterday's leftover Domino's pizza. How'd we do it? Simple. We took it fresh out of a Domino's oven. We put it in a Domino's box, put that box in a Domino's bag, put that bag in a Domino's car, drove that car to Stacy's house, rang her doorbell, delivered her pizza. Then we kind of did nothing all night, came back in the morning and used her leftovers to get this perfect shot.
Say what? You made a Domino's commercial with my leftovers? Can you clean up this kitchen while you're at it?
We don't know where things go. So get 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas delivered for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We want to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
It's lights out and away we go. So that's a big crash. Get in there.
Back in Stillwater as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Arkansas chasing 2 against the number 7 national seed Oklahoma State Cowboys. If they can put something together here, they will celebrate tonight inside the home of the Cowboys and advance to the Super Regionals. Braden Webb, top of the lineup. He's got a double, has scored 2 runs, and has driven in 1. Van Salker returns to the mound. Looks like he has regained his composure after struggling last night.
I think for a guy like Fan Soccer, it's all about release point. When you have a little bit of an unusual delivery, just the consistency of being able to have that release point is really important, especially have so much run on that fastball. That's one way to waste a pitch, 0-2. He's like, you really don't have to make it that far up.
Arkansas threatened with 2 on.
Going from the walkie-talkie to the touch signs was Rob Walton right there. You wonder if it malfunctioned or if it's just maybe with the volume in the crowd.
Or it ran out of batteries. Checks wing. Two. So Arkansas had 2 on. Fan Soccer was able to get out of it a minute ago. But the Razorbacks have been cool and collected here in the late stages of games. Two to Braden Webb. Dangerous leadoff man for Arkansas. Inside. And it's a full count.
Webb had a really quality at bat his last time up. He drew the walk. He does have 14 bombs on the year. But Arkansas down 2. You just want a base runner.
Leadoff base runner. Wow. The expression from Rob Walton summed it up. You got your guy down 0-2 and you lose him.
Yeah. Well, it was Webb's ability to just be patient at the plate. That's what seniors do for you. They grind through at bats and they draw the walk.
And get this. Connor Nolan is getting loose in the Arkansas bullpen. And yes, malfunctioning equipment. Got to fix that earpiece. Or just completely unplug it and move on.
Umpire motion, he said that was his timeout. It's not counted as a visit or anything. Equipment issue.
Well, after 8-9 hours of that thing in use for Oklahoma State today, probably did need a new battery. Fouled off by Slavens.
Here's one thing that's might work into Brady Slavens' advantage is Fan Soccer's fastball has tremendous tail. Well, if he starts that thing middle in and it tails out over the plate, better watch out, but it also could tail off the plate too, so he might run into Slavens' barrel.
One. Slavens with a single to score the first run for the Razorbacks. Had a home run last night. Minda making sure he follows that tag through all the way.
Fake the throw back to the pitcher. Bobby Wernis, the first base coach, was like on the bag, on the bag, on the bag.
I'm standing right here, dude. 1-1. Way out.
And those are easy takes for Brady Slavens. Rob Walton is going to go to the mound and have a conversation.
Fan Soccer has been an absolute stud out of the bullpen for Oklahoma State this season. First team all Big 12. 2.44 ERA. He has not looked completely comfortable from the times we have seen him.
Yeah, it gets back to the arm slot and the release point. But I've said it before, there's so much tail on that fastball, it's really hard to command. And if it starts down the middle, it's going to tail off the plate. You almost have to start the fastball middle in to be able to catch that outside corner.
Look at that.
Get a rub down right there.
You got this kid, David Mendham, trying to just ease the tension, in the words of Happy Gilmore with Roman Fan Soccer.
Well, Brady Slavens has power to all fields. 14 home runs on the year. He can pull it. He can take it the opposite field.
2-1. That's in there. So it was a successful shoulder rub by David Mendham.
It feels like there's 2 outs, and this is going to be the final out of the inning. There's no outs right now. That's what this crowd understands. They understand that every single at-bat is super, uber important.
Such tough outs, both lineups. Nothing given with 2 strikes. We've seen guys even down 0-2 when the entire arsenal is available for the pitcher and still finding a way to have productive swings, productive approaches, and get results. This is not a pitcher-friendly regional.
There's some loaded offensive teams for sure.
Earlier today, 44 runs combined between Oklahoma State and Missouri State, the highest scoring game in NCAA tournament history. And the count is full.
What a great take right there by Brady Slavens. You think you're going to get the juice, he throws a changeup. You lay off of it. And for Dave Van Horn, you're down by 2. I was going to say, do you start this run right here? Maybe if you're down 1.
Van Salker needs to find it here. It's a recipe for disaster with the 2-run lead to put the first 2 batters on via walk. But that's what Van Salker has done. Shades of the 8th inning last night when Arkansas scored 8 runs to take the lead. And they did most of the damage because of ineffective pitching from Oklahoma State, and the Cowboys simply could not locate.
And then you've got Arkansas's most dangerous hitter, Caden Wallace, at the plate.
The 8th inning last night started with a single and 2 hit batters. Here, it's back-to-back walks. And Caden Wallace, the man with 4 home runs, has a chance with 1 swing to give Arkansas the lead. Hot shot, Brown, Riggio, high throw! Arkansas will bring the man home. It's a 1-run game. Again, the free pass leading to a run. Braden Webb booking it.
That's the 2nd bad throw by Rock Riggio on double play ground balls. That ball was an absolute rocket. Riggio had all day long, and he airmailed that one to first base. Watch how hard Caden Wallace hits this baseball. A tailor-made double play. and it just sails on Reggio. The guy hasn't done many things wrong in this regional. That one just got away from him right there.
And here is Michael Turner, steady Eddie at the plate, and behind it for the Hogs. Seven to 6, Oklahoma State. Arkansas 2-0 in this regional. They are the home team. Working the phone with the Cowboys bullpen. Only one out.
So you wonder why that fan soccer is picking over so often to Caden Wallace. Wallace is 10 for 11 on the season. Arkansas doesn't run a lot. He's the guy that runs the most. And you also have a catcher at the plate who is a double play candidate. Wow, big swing right there by Michael Turner.
And Atkinson felt that as well. Michael Turner, the grad transfer from Kent State.
This is why you transfer from a MAC school to a Power 5 program, for opportunities like this.
Dave Van Horn says it's incredible what Michael Turner has meant to this team this season. The defense starts with him, and the offense has been good as well. And there's a lot of wear and tear on that body that makes it tough to be able to do both. Turner has found a way. Can he find a way to give the Razorbacks a late lead? Certainly has the pop to do it. And struck out looking in back-to-back ABs. 0-1. That's out, and it's 1-1.
So we talked about how windy it's been. The flag has really died down. Not too much of a breeze. If there is something, it's blowing out to left, but it's not blowing in from right like it was earlier in the game that was knocking down some of those balls hit to right field.
Close play over at first, and Wallace is back safely.
There it is. I mean, I know it's a big flag, but it was whipping earlier in the ball game, and now it's not. The one in center field is blowing a little bit more out to left.
That is well outside the park.
That is true. Now, patience by Michael Turner, getting into a plus count right here. And a guy that's not afraid to take the pitch middle of the way out to left field. And again, everybody in the park knows that's where the ball is carrying.
Lanzilli is on deck. Also a guy with pop. Fan Soccer delivers. Turner trying to turn on the inside pitch, and it's 2-2. (7-6). Oklahoma State leads. It was a 6-2 lead in the fifth. Another check over. But twice last night, Arkansas trailed by 5. Simply found a way. Scored 15 runs over the final 3 innings. To right field, does this have enough carry? It does! has given the Razorbacks the lead. You cannot count the Hogs out.
What a big swing by Michael Turner. And that just got out. The breeze is starting to pick back up again right before that pitch. But he juiced that ball. He thought he got it, and then he started looking, and you're going, off the bat, I didn't know if it was going to even get over the head of the right fielder, let alone get out of the park. But how big is the play? The double play ground ball that Reggio couldn't turn. That was the extra base runner right there that came around to score.
8th inning Arkansas. That's what they are. This is the moment they live for. And if they can close this one out, now needing 3 outs to do that, they will advance to the Supers, and they will remember Stillwater and the magic of the 8th inning. It was 8 runs last night. And tonight,
Fan soccer, he knew that ball was out as soon as it was hit.
He tried to beat Turner inside and got a swing miss before that. And on the hands of Lanzilli. Will 1 run be enough? We know this. Brady Tigers coming in the game.
That's right. Arkansas is not going to make the same mistake they made earlier in the game with that crazy rule that we had happen.
Griffin Dorshing will have something to say about all of this.
Boy, Dorshing, Mendham, McClain, that is who you want up if you're State.
0-2.
There's still just 1 out in this inning, so Arkansas is looking to try to add something to that. Connor Nolan is still warming up. It's not Tigert, it's Connor Nolan.
The man that started the first game of this regional. It was the epitome of toughness as Lanzilli flies out. This has been an absolutely wild 2 days of baseball in Stillwater. First day was pretty status quo, but anything goes here in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It started with a comeback by Missouri State, down 7-1 to eliminate Grand Canyon. Continued to last night, with Oklahoma State twice leading by 5, only to see the Razorbacks score 15 runs over the final 3 innings. The early game today, Missouri State leading Oklahoma State 12-0, only to see the Cowboys storm back to win the highest scoring game in NCAA tournament history. And now tonight, a 3-spot by the Razorbacks with a shot by Michael Turner. They're 3 outs away from the Supers.
Time's gone.
You're afraid. Scared.
Times like this, we need to unite, come together. Meek, it's very hard to give a rousing speech with the noise.
Oh, God, we're gonna die.
This ends here and now. How exciting.
Thor, Love, and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now. Only in theaters July 8th.
At Domino's, you can get more than just your favorite pizza. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and yes, medium 2-topping pizzas as well. Carry out any 2 or more mix-and-match items for $5.99 each or get them delivered for $6.99 each.
And it's lights out and away we go.
Do you think people know what Title IX is?
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring for many decades girls would continue to play.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Time for the Capital One rewarding performance. It is time for all of Hog Nation to embrace this man, because Michael Turner has embraced the biggest moment of the season. With the Razorbacks down by 1, Turner on a line to right field, the 2-run home run, giving Arkansas the 1-run lead and putting them 3 outs away from the Super Regionals. It's going to be Connor Nolan making the appearance out of the bullpen. I'm surprised, to say the least.
Well, I think you go with senior leadership right here, and that's what Dave Van Horn and Matt Hobbs are doing. Nolan pitched yesterday, got the win, 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 run. It was earned, 3 walks, 4 punch-outs, 89 pitches.
That was Friday when Nolan
Excuse me, it was Friday. Everything's a blur. No, well, excuse me. The thing about the Michael Turner home run is it only got into the first row. Yeah. It didn't get out by much. Turner was really kind of eyeballing that thing. He thought he hit it out, way up in the stands.
Think about arguably the 2 most important home runs in this regional for Arkansas. Robert Moore hit the top of the fence in left field. That got Arkansas within 2 last night, after they were trailing by 5.
Right.
And this ball by Turner barely cleared the fence in right.
Wall scrapers.
Nolan showed so much heart and toughness when he got the rock in the opener for the Arkansas Razorbacks against Grand Canyon. Even Grand Canyon talked about how much of a warrior Nolan is. He took back-to-back line drives off his forearm and his hip, and he stayed in the game and got the outs. To right field, Lanzilli coming in. The Hogs 2 outs away.
If you're Arkansas defensively, you're probably going to be playing the outfield is what you call no doubles, which means you probably play a step or 2 deeper and let that ball land in front of you. A base hit's okay, but you don't want to get torched with a double over your head. You don't want that tying run getting to second base.
Jake Thompson, first team All Big 12. In a first pitch ball. These are the moves that you only make in the postseason. Bringing a guy that started on Friday and went a long ways on the bump, 7 innings, and bringing him back 2 days later to get a save. And it's 2-1. Oklahoma State has the guys coming up, starting with Thompson, that can tie this game with 1 swing. 2-2. Thompson didn't like the call.
I think the strike zone tonight has been really good by Travis Reiniger, the home plate umpire. Great take.
Full count to Jake Thompson. Thompson playing in his 6th year. Will this be the final at-bat of his career? The rock in the lineup for the Cowboys. And that makes him the tying run on first, and makes Griffin Dorsey, the mammoth of a man, the go-ahead run. This is great theater, folks.
I think this is a good move right here by Josh Holliday, pinch running for Jake Thompson. There's no tomorrow. You've got to have speed on the bases.
So it's going to be Jackson Kroll coming in to run. No tomorrow to a man that can hit it to tomorrow. Griffin Dorshing. And he's getting hot. He's got 2 home runs today. A grand slam against Missouri State earlier, and a solo home run that made it 6-2 in the 5th inning. But Arkansas has battled back, has found a way to take the lead. Ball 1. Dorshing, the transfer from Northern Kentucky. How they hit him there for 4 years, no one will know. First team, all Big 12 selection.
Kroll with a really short lead over at first base. That's a great take right there by Dorshing. So Kroll is not even thinking about stealing that base right here.
2 tough dudes going head-to-head. You see the obvious size from Dorshing. Nolan, the former Arkansas quarterback, used to taking big hits, does not want to give one up. Staying away from Dorshing's power. No one getting loose in the Arkansas bullpen. Looks like this is Nolan or bust for the Razorbacks. And a 4-pitch walk. Insanity in Stillwater. Back-to-back walks.
Connor Nolan's not missing by much. Those pitches are close. But I think the strike zone's been consistent. Third base coach is going to have a conversation with. I think they're going to pinch run for Dorshing. And you wonder why
Houston
you do that. A ball in the gap could score 2.
What I don't understand here is with the trip to the Super Regionals on the line, why your closer is not in the game.
The only thing I can think of, you've got a freshman in Brady Taggart, and you've got a senior in Connor Nolan. You go with your experience, you feel like maybe he can handle that pressure a little bit better.
A lot of pitches on that arm this weekend. And that very close to hitting David Midnam. Two outs. That's all that Arkansas needs.
Arkansas's outfield is playing extremely deep. They're trying to make sure that nothing gets over their head.
The Cowboys trying to turn it around and find some of the magic that they discovered earlier today. Nolan has lost the touch.
Look how deep this outfield is. They are like 5-6 feet away from the track. They want to keep everything in front. It's almost like they're going to concede the run. Remember, Arkansas is the home team. So this is the top of the 9th, not the bottom of the 9th.
In there for a strike. It was 8 straight balls from Nolan until finding the zone. David Midnam with a home run to his credit. He went oppo in the 2nd inning. Nolan trying to dig deep. Ripped to left field. No, it gets past Gregory. He lost his footing. 1 run will score. Here comes Morrill to the plate. He's in. He's in. Oklahoma State has taken the lead. The 2nd time has lost his footing here in Stillwater.
Off the bat, it looked like Gregory was going to make that catch. And a big chunk comes out. That ball's hit well. Talk about how deep the outfield's playing. Gregory has to come in on that ball. And you can see Connor Nolan thought he had an out. Look how close his play is at the plate.
And
great
that
slide.
Is why you pinch run Houston Morrill for Griffin Dorsey. But that man delivers, David Mindom. That ball was well hit. Now go back to the first game here on Friday. It may have been the first at-bat, the first ball put in play.
Right.
Gregory lost his footing out in left field.
Almost the same exact play. The other thing that happened was Gregory, well, the throw in, it came from Braden Webb. It was over Jalen Battles, the first cutoff man. Caden Wallace, the second cutoff man, has to get that ball and throw it in. I think if Battles catches that ball, he gets him out. See, it cleared Battles, and then it had to be Caden Wallace.
And they've reviewed this. And it is Saran. That means Oklahoma State takes the lead. Typically, something like that happens in the 9th. We celebrate, we go home. But not tonight, because Oklahoma State, the visiting team in this game. You just feel for Zach Gregory, though. Now to Nolan McClain. This has got to be the most entertaining regional of the 16 sites.
There's still just one out for Arkansas.
Swing and a miss by McClain.
Wow. If Gregory's playing regular depth, and I understand why you play that position, I don't think he has to be so aggressive coming in on that baseball.
There will be plenty of second guessing.
I mean, I would do the same thing. I would play the defense exactly the way they did it. It's just you don't expect the turf just to have a huge chunk taken out as he's trying to make that effort at diving play.
One out for Nolan McClain. On the line to center field. Webb has to check up. And Mindom held up at third. Nolan has been hit hard. This comeback set up, though, by the 2 free passes. The double by Mindom. And a single to center by Nolan McClain. So close. If Gregory makes that catch, it puts Arkansas 1 out away from the Super Regionals. So Arkansas going to the bullpen. Bringing in Elijah Trest. Oh, boy. We thought we had seen it all. This is the regional final. Oklahoma State has to hold on. And if they do, they get to see Arkansas tomorrow in the if necessary game. That will be a winner take all. if Arkansas can find a way, get a hold here, walk it off, they're strolling to a 4th straight Super Regional.
Arkansas is going to go with Elijah Tress, the senior. Kind of a 3/4 arm slot guy. He'll run that fastball up about 93, 94. Big sweeping breaking ball from Elijah Tress. Pretty much a 2-pitch guy. There's the number I was on Tress. Only 11 1/3 innings for the entire season. He is a senior.
And he comes in with only 1 out, runners on the corners. He's got 7, 8, 9, Brown, Trinkle, Atkinson to deal with. Just unbelievable how this one has gone down. That guy's believing. He's flexing. As the Oklahoma State hitters have flexed all weekend long. A 7-5 lead for Oklahoma State going into the 8th. And in the bottom of the 8th, Michael Turner with the shot that gave Arkansas the 1-run lead and all the momentum. And it was decision time for Dave Van Horn. Who do you bring in to close it out? Arkansas decides to go with Connor Nolan, who pitched and went 7 innings on Friday. Got a fly out to right, then walked 2 batters, had a ball roped by David Mendham, which led to 2 runs. Here's Brown. Down the line, past Oval. Sue. Oklahoma State, they are fired up. Marcus Brown delivering. What can Brown do for you? And Mendham triumphantly making his way back to the Oklahoma State dugout. He's the man that had the big shot, added the insurance run. Marcus Brown with the rip to right field.
Marcus Brown, the guy that hammered a ball off his ankle earlier today, who was hobbled up, and you didn't even know if he was going to continue to stay in the ball game. Came up big, loved the aggressiveness. First pitch swing, and Arkansas is bringing that infield in. They've got to keep this at a 2-run game.
As a wise man once asked, are you not entertained? An emotional roller coaster for both of these programs. The highs and lows that both fan bases have experienced since 6 o'clock yesterday is just a rarity, even in college sports. Oklahoma State thought that they were running away from Arkansas last night, just to see the Razorbacks come back and get the win. State fans dejected, even more so when Missouri State jumped out to a 12-0 lead. They felt good forcing this game in the regional final against Arkansas until Michael Turner happened. Down in the dumps yet again. Arkansas fans on top of the world, making arrangements for super regional travel. But now Oklahoma State is once again on top of the world, and Arkansas fans are wondering what just happened. To right field, will it stay straight? No, it does not. Certainly had the distance.
That's It's a big swing with 0-2. Elijah Trest really needs a punch out right here. Oklahoma State would really love to stretch out that 2-run lead. Again, we've talked about it all regional. I don't think any lead is safe.
Trinkle fouls it off.
Great at bat by Trinkle. I'm a little surprised they don't try to go out of the zone right here.
Two tough teams in an epic Stillwater Regional. This is why we've said this feels more like a super than the road 2-1. A few weeks ago, Arkansas was in the conversation to host a regional, perhaps as a top 8 national seed. Now we've got a heavyweight battle in the championship rounds, if you will, here in Stillwater. Robert Moore to the mound. A visit with Trest.
That might be one of those comments to say, hey, like, make sure you come set. We really don't want to balk a run in.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat from Trest to Trinkle.
Still 0-2. Got to waste one out of the zone. It's okay. It was a pretty easy pitch to take, but yeah, Trinkle has been very aggressive. He's swung at about 4 or 5 straight pitches. He's had a really solid at-bat right here. No matter what the outcome, he is absolutely battling at the plate.
Not taking the bait. Not close enough to get Caden Trinkle to chase. Sophomore from Hillsboro, Texas.
Trinkle with 6 home runs on the year, 41 RBIs.
Popped up. Jalen battles under it, and 2 down. That is a lot of activity between outs. Zach Earhart flew out to right. The back-to-back walks, the Mendham double, the McLean single. Marcus Brown with the double. Before that, pop out to short. Chase Atkinson. Last time up, had a sac fly to center. Drove in a run. It's driven in 2 tonight. He wants to play tomorrow night. And if this lead holds, Atkinson will get that chance. Him or Ian Doherty, that is. Teammates that share the catching duties for Oklahoma State. Both have been very productive offensively in the 9 spot for the Cowboys. Infield back with 2 outs. And it's 2-0.
I'm not looking ahead because there's still 1 more out to get. But Arkansas has Battles, Stovall, Gregory, 7, 8, 9 coming out.
Well hit foul. Off the netting and left. 10:05 local time here in Stillwater. Cowboys have played about 14 hours of baseball since 6 o'clock yesterday. 2-2. Two outs, 2 on, and a 2-2 count. Trust got Atkinson swinging. Now Oklahoma State is 3 outs away. Not from the Supers, but for an opportunity to fight for another day. David Mindom with a big knock, giving Oklahoma State the lead back. More insanity certainly ensues.
Pacifico is a crisp golden lager, brewed for those who know. It's what's behind a label that matters.
Come on, Percy.
Yeah, let's go! On a trip. Book with Priceline. You save more so you can woo more. Woo. Yeah, feel the savings. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
Maybe we McGriddles lovers have done a bad job of relaying this, but there are pockets of syrupy goodness hidden in the McGriddles cakes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Guys, check this out.
The best reviewed comedy of the year is back.
We need to find the real killer.
We're getting the hang of this. Yes! You can tell it's our second season.
Do you think people know what Title IX is?
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring for many decades girls would continue to play.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Bottom of the 9th. Look who's on the mound. The hard throwing Nolan McClain coming over from third base. We saw this last night. Did not work out. The Jalen Battles will lead off.
The key is Arkansas needs 2 runs, not just 1. So as an Arkansas hitter, you have to be much more patient at the plate. You may even take a strike, because if you saw what happened to Nolan McClain last night, he couldn't find the zone. If I am going to swing, it better be right down the chute.
And this is what Jalen Battles was able to do with the bases loaded. This was against Trevor Martin.
That was the first pitch he saw, and he hammered it. I take that same approach, but that strike zone is going to be really, really tight for me.
So Kroll goes to left. Miola goes to third base. Saw Miola take over there for McClain when he appeared last night. See the numbers on the season for Nolan McClain. The issue was control last night. 1/3 of an inning. Walked 3, hit 1, 4 earned runs. It was all with the bases loaded. Pops him in there to make it 1-1. Low to Battles. 95 in our gun, 97 in-house, so you can tell it's electric stuff. He's got to locate. These hitters are simply not chasing. Case in point, and it's 3-1. What Arkansas absolutely needs right now is base runners.
I think so. I mean, you almost feel like you have to take this pitch.
He does, and it's a strike.
You know what you're getting if you're Jalen Battles, so you don't want to be late.
Blown away.
Well, that was the best fastball he's thrown. It wasn't the velocity, it was the run. I think he took a little something off. Watch this thing dive down and in, right under the bat of Jalen Battles. That's what Nolan McLean does. He's got a good little tail on that fastball.
1 down. 2 outs for tomorrow for Oklahoma State. First pitch strike to Stovall. Reached on catcher's interference last time up. Brown on the run. Gets by David Mindham. That is an enormous play. Base runners, any way you can get them.
Brown just couldn't get enough on that throw. I think he had more time. Look how close, how long the ball is before Stovall even gets to the base. Stovall, he's not the time run. He's 1 run down, so there's no way he's taking any chances on the base. I know Bobby Wernes was in his ear saying, stay here, stay here. Nice job putting bat on the ball. Tough play for Brown.
Tying run comes to the plate. Zach Gregory had the misplay and left.
Okay, they ruled that an E6. Again, I think Brown had a little more time. Maybe rushed that a little bit, a little off balance with that throw.
That's in there to make it 1-1. Late on it, and it's 1-2. Top of the lineup is next. That's Braden Webb. Tension running high inside Old Drake Stadium. Razorbacks could taste the Super Regionals. Up the middle. Not done yet. Zach Gregory, huge hit up the middle. And here we go, top of the lineup. Winning run coming to the plate. We've seen crazier things than this. Braden Webb has the pop to walk it off. Atkinson coming out, talk it over with McLean. What needs to be the approach here with Braden Webb?
Webb's got to lay off anything outside. He needs to try to pull that baseball. So early on the count, he needs to look middle in and just look for something he can drive. Webb, the senior, battled some quad injuries early on in the season. But he's a guy that's definitely has some juice. He can hit the ball out to right center field. but definitely more power to the pull side. McClain has been living on that outside corner with that fastball.
Strike one.
That's just a pitcher's pitch, and that's where he's been living.
Razorbacks only 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight. Chop, this is going to be a tough play for Miola. Double clutches on the run, that's close, but he got the out. However, the tying run does move up into scoring position. Tough play by Aiden Miola, who comes in cold.
I like how Miola took a little extra time. Yeah, he double clutched it, but it allowed him to square those shoulders up a little bit more, and that's the difference in that play and then the play by Brown that he did make a good throw on.
Slavens steps in. Confident look on the face of the lefty. Down low, 96 out of the hand of Milton McClain. Man is all power at the plate and on the mound. Can Slavens turn something around here?
Those are two really good takes by Brady Slavens. Sometimes when you see a guy take pitches, you can tell kind of how locked in he is. I think he's seeing the ball well. He's got pop to all fields. He can hit the ball out of left field as well as to the pull side.
Wind is blowing in from right. A rip past Mendham. Folks, we have a tie game. Brady Slavens to right field with 2 outs.
It just looked like Brady Slavens was locked in. 2 really good takes, and then he saw the pitch he wanted and absolutely hammered it. And what a good job by Zach Gregory to get a base hit after making the play in the outfield. Just look at the concentration on Brady Slavens. That's a fastball in. He knew he hammered it. Right past the first baseman, no chance for Mendham.
Stovall comes in to score, followed by Zach Gregory. But it goes back to Braden Webb. Productive outs in critical situations. The ground ball allowed the runners to move up, and because of that ground ball, they are in scoring position for Slavens to bring him in.
Well, the first run they scored was an E6. Basically, almost like a free base runner. It is a free base runner. The error by Brown, and again, I think he had more time. It's really tough when you're playing the game.
Now
I totally understand it.
Caden Wallace, he's left Albright Stadium 4 times so far in the regional. Can he do it again? Power on power. 1-1 to Caden Wallace. The team captain as a sophomore, freshman All-American last year. One of the top college prospects this summer's draft.
Trying to decide, you don't know how long this game is going to go, so you're kind of thinking Slavens is probably a little maybe plus average speed at first, and you're wondering, do you pinch run for him? If he gets to second base, I think you do.
Right back to us. But when you ask, you have no idea how long this game is going to go. I've got an idea it's going to go at least 5 hours, because that's the run that we're on right now. 10-10 tied up here in the bottom of the 9th. Arkansas has plated 2 to tie this game.
How stunned is this crowd right now?
1-2 to Wallace. Swing and a miss. How does extra innings sound? This is what a regional final is supposed to be. Neither team is able to close it out with the lead. So here we go. Extra innings in Stillwater.
How are we doing, guys? We're all about to die. You said this would be a relaxing holiday. I said it was going to be like a relaxing holiday.
Times like this, we need to come together.
Quite a reunion, huh?
What a classic Thor adventure. Okay, we should go.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
She has curly hair like mine. She's smart like me. She's my new best friend. Best friends for all kids.
They say all the world's a stage, but no stage shines brighter than this one. Because here the stars outshine the lights.
Ready, right.
And the action goes way beyond these lines. Here, new names will battle the sport's biggest names. Here, challengers will rise. Unbelievable. Champions will be crowned. And the spectacular can be found in every moment. The U.S. Open champion.
On July 8th.
There's a maniac who seeks to end us all. We have to stop him.
Are you packed? A hand grenade? No, it's a portable speaker.
Thor: Love and Thunder. Rated PG-13. Tickets on sale now.
Hey, we've got more baseball to play here in Stillwater. Wake up, man. There we go. Nolan McClain getting hydrated. I'm sure by this point in the night, everybody's hydrated, ready to go. Although, a lot of folks got work tomorrow. This little one is a little tired. Moments ago, thought he'd be celebrating a Super Regional appearance. This guy thought he was coming back for sure to O'Brate Stadium tomorrow. But it all changes. Neither team able to hold leads in the 9th inning as Oklahoma State puts up a 3 spot to take the lead back from Arkansas. Razorbacks put up a 2 spot to tie the game, and now we have Grady Tiger. Is it too little too late, however?
Well, they've tied this game up, so that's when you usually bring in closers, but you've got 1, 2, 3 coming up for Oklahoma State. Reggio, Earhart, Thompson.
I thought you typically bring in closers when your team has the lead.
Yeah, I guess the philosophy. Oh yeah, Thompson's out. Sorry about that. That's going to be Miola in the 2 spot. Oh, Curl, excuse me.
So here is Rock Reggio leading off. After his home run, he's flown out and struck out. There's Tiger. First pitch, rips it to the gap. It's down and into the stands for a ground rule double for Rock Reggio.
And the guy just produces.
Instant energy, instant offense.
He doesn't miss fastballs. He thought it was out because he kind of did a little skip.
I think that dude is just skipping naturally. He's booking it once he realizes it. He's thinking 3. But they'll take that walk to second base. Here's Zach Earhart. So Holiday is going to take a moment and talk with his offense here. He's got his third base coach, Justin Seeley, over with Zach Earhart, who's stepping up to the plate. Rock Reggio, who's on second base, trying to understand the situation, what they need. I want to say they need 1, but I mean, the way this regional is going, who knows? You need more than that. What an outfit.
I think the logic is you're gonna, if they try to bunt, I throw Earhart a steady diet of breaking balls. You got one of the best breaking balls in the country in Brady Tiger. It's really hard. You don't practice bunting breaking balls. Most of your practice bunting is off a machine, and they're 99% fastballs. Gives you a chance to get a pop-up.
First pitch to Earhart. Ball 1. So here's the interesting point about pinch running, which in that moment, Josh Holliday absolutely needed to do. You take out your first team all Big 12 3-hole hitter, and you've got Jackson Kroll there. How does that affect strategy for Oklahoma State? Another subplot here in the 10th. Wow. From up here, that looked like it was about to hit Earhart and just broke over the plate.
I mean, that is a next level curveball. We talked about the spin rate. Over 3,000. Just in perspective, I think the highest one in the big leagues is 3,300.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just absolutely filthy.
That's one of those pitches where Turner caught it slightly outside, but it's breaking so sharply, it's breaking over the plate. One-two to Earhart. That's out.
Good job by Turner. Riggio's already in scoring position, but he's being pretty cautious out there on second base. Not getting a huge secondary lead. Because he's going to score on a base hit, there's no doubt about it. Great take.
Earhart just reading it every inch from release to the mitt.
The really tough one is the front door breaking ball. It's the one that looks like it might hit you and then snaps over the plate.
Timeout for Earhart.
I think it's a good job by Earhart right there. Great job to stay in and get a piece of that baseball. It's a great pitch by Brady Taggart as well. That was just perfect pitch and a guy that just spoiled it.
Described by Dave Van Horn as the best bullpen arm in these Arkansas Razorbacks. Riggio on second after a leadoff ground rule double. Full count, no outs. Tie game in the 10th. To right, Lanzilli will check up, allowing Riggio to take second. That's no man's land right there. If he lays out,
Riggio scores.
Riggio scores if he misses.
The only thing that you can think about is the ball's not going to go all the way to the fence because it was a soft liner. I just don't think Lanzilli can get there. Even I don't think even if he dives, he can't get there.
He's put it in the right spot. And here comes Matt Hobbs. Listen to this reaction. So Riggio over on third base. This is what we know. The freshman pitcher on the mound. Riggio's going to be dancing. He's going to be doing everything that he can to just try to get in the Tigers' head just a little bit. He's a pest.
The question is, how do you play this defensively? You've got no outs. Do you try to get the double play and avoid and maybe give up a run right here?
You gotta,
I don't know. I mean,
you gotta shoot home here. I don't think you can concede the go-ahead run, can you?
I think you play that infield halfway.
Unless you have that much confidence in your offense.
That's a lot of pressure. It looks like they are going to play halfway. Robert Moore's asking. Like you said, Jake Thompson was pinch run for. This is Jackson Kroll in that spot.
Hitting .263 on the season. He's appeared in 51 games in the regular season. Sophomore from Bixby, Oklahoma. I'm sure this guy's heart is pounding right now. Infield in for Arkansas. Shows bunt, pops it back. Ooh.
Well, that would have been a gift for Arkansas to get a pop-up on that bunt.
What do you think, though, about bunt with the infield in?
I mean, I like it. If you have more confidence, the guy getting the safety squeeze down, than putting the bat on the ball and driving something in the outfield. I mean, Tiger has strike him out stuff. There's no doubt about it. That's what you need right here if you're Arkansas.
Way outside, and Michael Turner go-go gadget arms. That was almost the go-ahead run.
Talk about saving runs right here. How does Turner get to that ball when he's down on the knee? Talk about extension.
If he would have missed that ball, the one knee down stance haters on Twitter, oh my gosh, we would never hear the end of it. Bunt popped up again. Opportunity! Troy, you got to make that catch.
I would have had to lean out. I probably would have fallen out of the booth.
Excuses, excuses. Get the job done.
Should have been standing up for that play.
There we are.
Who's out here by the microphone?
Sky. Come on, man. I'll make that play all day. That's all I gotta say.
It was close.
1-2. The Jackson Kroll.
Wow. Runner takes second base.
So Earhart is now in a scoring position. And that's huge. Eliminating that double play.
Well, with Arkansas they're trying to cut that run down. They're just giving that up. Because with a ball on the ground, they're coming home. And I think if you're Reggio, you have to let this ball get through. You can't try to beat a throw to the plate.
2-2. Kroll swings through it. One down. Big strikeout for Tiger.
The difference maybe between Kroll, the pinch hitter, and the experienced 6-year senior Jake Thompson.
Oh, no doubt.
That's really big. But again, you have to make that pinch runner. I don't think Thompson scores in the ball that gets past Gregory.
Here's Aiden Miola.
Another pinch hitter. He pinch ran for Griffin Dorsey.
Miola actually came in as the defensive replacement. With Nolan McClain, it was Morrill who ran. And so they'll let Miola back here, freshman from Palm Beach Gardens.
Now, if you're an Arkansas outfielder on a fly ball, that you catch it as the second out, you can try to throw that ball in the air to the plate on a tag play.
Strike one. Miola has driven in 6 on the year. This is that interesting trade-off with the pinch runners for 2 of your best 3 hitters, but they needed that speed. Dorshing does not score on that play that Morrell scored on. And it's 1-2.
Well, you can see that that's just buckling the knees of Miola, the big breaking ball by Tiger.
Morrill was able to score on first off the bat with David Mindom. But it would be Dorshing typically hitting in this spot as a cleanup man. Miola looking at a 1-2 count against the nasty Grady Tiger. Off the middle, off Tiger's foot. Oklahoma State takes the lead. That's going to score 2. The biggest at-bat of Aiden Miola's young career delivers the answer for the Cowboys. Reggio and Earhart both score to make it a 2-run lead.
I mean, that ball's not a strike. That's just an outstanding job by Aiden Miola just to find a way to get bat on ball. That thing's about 6 inches off the plate. Tiger threw it where he wanted to. And just a great piece of hitting. Just a great piece of hitting.
And now it's back to your regular members of this Oklahoma State lineup. David Mindom, who has the hit of the regionals here in Stillwater for Oklahoma State. The double to left got over the head of Zach Gregory when Oklahoma State was 2 outs away from seeing their season end. And that is what ultimately drove in Kroll and Morrill to give Oklahoma State the lead.
And let's not forget, David Mindom started this regional 0 for his first 13.
Got back on track with a home run in the second in this game.
Really seeing the ball well. Still just 1 out.
Did not go. Check down to third base. One, 2. And down on strikes is David Mindom. Two down.
And the dangerous Nolan McClain coming up. And this has been an absolute roller coaster of emotions for these 2 fan bases.
$98 runs scored in our last 3 games here. 98 combined. That's a wicked pitch from Tiger.
And that's just hard to comprehend. 98 runs in 3 ball games.
And Oklahoma State has been involved in all 3 of those games. Wow. A little Bobby McLean there.
It's great velocity and great location. Got it in on McLean, really tied him up.
Oh, 2 to Nolan McLean. Goodbye, baseball. Make it an even 100. 100 runs scored since 6 o'clock yesterday. Nolan McLean with his 5th home run of the Stillwater Regional. Now he's got to settle himself down and figure out, how can I get these final 3 outs on the mound so we can do this thing tomorrow?
What a big swing. The wind almost blew that ball foul because that was probably about 50 feet fair off the bat.
Get on your pony, Nolan McLean.
Wow, what a big swing.
Just inside the fair foul pole. And everybody is loving that. Bonkers, absolutely madness here inside Old Red Stadium. 10:40 on a Sunday night in Stillwater, Oklahoma. And these guys are playing like it's mid-afternoon on a Saturday. Yeah,
Craziness.
We can't believe it either. Now, Rob Bolton's saying, okay,
you're a pitcher now.
Yeah, that's great. 2-run shot and all. But we need 3. We need 3 outs.
Arkansas is removing Brady Taggart and going with Gabriel Starks.
39 home runs in 5+ games. Today, we've had 15 home runs. That makes Stillwater the best regional. Gabriel Starks, sophomore from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. He's looking for one. He's looking for 1 out.
Starks has got a big arm. He'll sit mid-90s with the fastball. Overhand curve, pretty much a 2-pitch guy. That's why that ball almost blew foul right there. It is blowing from the right field foul pole to the left field foul pole. That ball didn't need any assistance distance-wise, but you just wondered if it was going to stay fair.
Oh, that's not fair. The mullet, the mustache, the raw power at the plate and mound. He's right. It's the DNA. It's a lot of hard work, though, that goes into perfecting your craft. What we can work on perfecting is the dance moves here from those gentlemen in Stillwater, Oklahoma. That is subpar. Yeah. Now that's more like it. This is crazy.
We're getting closer to that 5-hour mark.
We are.
You knew we were going to get there.
We had to. We absolutely had to. Oklahoma State trying to force the if necessary game tomorrow. This dude living his best life. Man, I wish I had that kind of energy right now.
He's worn out. He's leaving it all on the field. They're in the stands right there.
Hey, he's got to save some energy for tomorrow, potentially. Ball one to Marcus Brown. It's just incredible how guys understand the moment. How they know that the postseason is different. There's no other way to explain it.
It's just like the players just kind of kick it into another gear.
I mean, McClain had 14 home runs in the regular season. 4 games here, he's got 5. But as big as Rock Riggio has been, as big as Nolan McClain has been, how about the man that came off the bench as a defensive replacement for Nolan McClain, Aiden Miola, who delivered the 2-run single off the foot of Tiger to give Oklahoma State the lead. That is a cannon from Caden Wallace. 3 outs away. I know I've said it before.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, like, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
Do you think people know what Title IX is? We wanted to make sure that any girl born in this world would have a place to compete. It just became completely unacceptable.
Hopefully, we played a small part in ensuring that for many decades, girls would continue to play.
I'm standing on your shoulders.
Laws change because people's voices are heard.
Cardinals, Phillies, come celebrate the fireworks with us on Sunday Night Baseball.
Arkansas is 2 outs away from going to the Supers. Then David Mingdon goes over the head of Zach Gregory. 2-run score. Both pinch runners to give Oklahoma State the 1-run lead. They were able to get one more to make it a 2-run lead. But Brady Slavens knocks in 2, and it's tied at 10. We go to extra innings, and in extras, Aiden Miola off the foot of Brady Tiger. Miola, the freshman, drives in Rock Riggio and Zach Earhart. And then you need some insurance. After taking the 2-run lead, McClain gets 2 more. Now, can Nolan McClain get 3? That's the magic number, as it's been the magic number all night, 3. Can somebody get 3 outs while holding on to a lead? Bottom of the 10th. Arkansas down by 4. Bull Galindo here with Troy Eklund. It has been a magical and dramatic 3 games in a row, all involving Oklahoma State. Michael Turner has been sensational. He was the guy that looked like he had put Arkansas on the doorstep of the Super Regionals. That seems like so long ago when that line drive home run barely cleared the fence out in right center to give Arkansas the 8-7 lead.
You definitely have the approach, take 2, get a strike. When you're down 4, you need a lot of base runners.
There's a strike from Nolan McClain. That's out, and it's 2-1. the most fitting thing for this regional would be a leadoff walk right now.
Shame on you, right?
Well hit. Kroll makes the catch. 2 outs away. Can Oklahoma State get those final 2? Unlike Arkansas. Let's pick it up a little bit as we approach 11 o'clock local time here in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Chris Lanzilli. 1 for 5 tonight. Ball 1 from Nolan McClain. It will be another late game tomorrow night. 6 o'clock local, 7 Eastern. And it will be a winner-take-all matchup. I've got no idea who's even available to pitch at this point.
We talked about what a huge hit Neola came through on. The other guy I want to talk about was huge today. It was in the first game that Oklahoma State played. That was Trevor Martin came in when their team was down 12 runs and just righted the ship on the mound and allowed Oklahoma State to get to this game.
Throwing some cheddar right there. And it's 2-1 to Lanzilli. Now, this is a potential dilemma for Arkansas fans. Do they call in sick tomorrow, or do they go back to work?
I think everybody's boss would understand if you're in Stillwater, you need to stay. You could work from a remote location.
There's the walk. Man, some of these expressions just sum up the night, the range of emotions. I have really never seen anything like this.
The home run, look how big the home run is by Nolan McClain right here. This could be the tying run in Robert Moore to the plate, but that 2-run homer made it a 4-run lead instead of a 2-run lead. That was a monstrous home run.
He's helping himself. Maybe a few less butterflies for McClain after he sent that one over the left field fence and sent the Oklahoma State bullpen into an absolute frenzy. These guys for Oklahoma State tired?
Oh, they're just living on adrenaline right now.
Uh-oh, ball lifted to right field.
The wind's knocking it down. Look how much that wind had on that play.
From the warning track to at least 20 feet in front of it for Zach Earhart.
I don't know if no wind, if it would have gotten out, but it would have been really close.
He hit it well.
I mean, he really got under it. But look how far this thing is. I mean, that's like 75, 80 feet from the fence.
In on Battles.
It almost sounded like it hit him, but I guess it was just a mitt. Atkinson trying to calm McClain down.
1-1. I don't know if you can calm a guy like McClain down. That dude runs hot. High octane, everything from Nolan McClain. Oh, that breaking ball. Dangerously close to Battles.
Are you a little surprised he threw a breaking ball right there? You're up 4 runs. Your best pitch is a fastball.
I'm not surprised at anything anymore.
The old saying goes, you don't want to get beat on a secondary pitch.
That is what you want to challenge a dude with. Come and get it. Oklahoma State has played close to 10 hours of baseball today. They ain't tired. They want to play tomorrow. Battles to center field. And Oklahoma State will play tomorrow. Still alive in Stillwater.
What a big day. You're talking about a team that was down 12-0 in the first game today. It looked like they were done. It looked like the miracle team of the tournament, the Missouri State Bears, were going to win, and they just kept chipping away and chipping away. And it's just a great ball game tonight.
An unforgettable day of baseball. It's been like that all week long here in the Stillwater region. And it's only fitting it comes down to one more, winner take all. We've said this regional has the feel of a super with 2 powerhouses going head to head. But no one is showing more power than that man. 5 home runs in this regional for Nolan McClain. Also shuts this one down. Who is ready for tomorrow night? Get some sleep and get ready for an all-out brawl. It's Oklahoma State and Arkansas tomorrow night. The winner goes to the Supers.